Good afternoon. It's 12:34. Today is Tuesday, the 13th of July, 2021. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. We are in work session this afternoon. Pardon me. We've got 3 items on our work session agenda. We are not scheduled to take action on any of these 3 today. So there will be no citizen comment before work session. However, council, we will be on items 1.1 and 1.2. We'll be asking for consensus after the discussions about what our next steps are. Okay. So that being said, I'll call item 1.1, presentation and discussion regarding proposed amendments to the Lubbock City Charter. Let's go to Mr. Weaver.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If y'all are ready to begin, Amy Sims, Deputy City Attorney, who did the heavy lifting for the Charter Review Committee from a legal perspective, drafted the proposals that are in front of you now at the direction of that committee. She is prepared to go through each of these propositions with you and give you an overview and answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weaver. Ms. Sims, if you come forward, please. Council, the presentation that she's going to use would go along with a memorandum, which is at our seats here, which is a much reduced version of some of the information that Ms. Sims provided for us 3 weeks ago. Council, we're going to go through these one by one and open the floor for comments on each one. And pardon me, get any type of direction that might need to be added, comments and questions, frankly. Ms. Sims, if you would take it away.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk to you about the charter amendment propositions that are recommended by the recent Charter Review Committee. As you recall, back on June 8th, the chairman of that committee, James Arnold, presented generally these recommendations. We thought it would be a good idea to give you a more in-depth look at what they have recommended. First, kind of a little bit about the charter review process. The Charter Review Committee met 11 times and they had 2 public hearings. Now, as far as going over the entire charter, that was a huge endeavor in such a short amount of time. And I will give commendation to those 7 citizens. They had a short amount of time to get all of this municipal law knowledge and all this knowledge related to the charter, and they did an excellent job. The scope of their review, we had to limit it because of the short time frame. There were items that were identified, new items identified in the city manager's work session that he presented on February 9th of 2021. They also took the items from the previous Charter Review Committee from 2010, and then they also considered items that were raised in the public hearings. And from those items, the committee unanimously approved the propositions that have been presented to City Council. Now, just as an aside, per state law, each of these propositions are not going to be numbered. Throughout this presentation, I'm going to be presenting them as in letter format, A, B, C, to correspond with the propositions as presented by that Charter Review Committee. As you know, that if it goes on to the November election, there will be state propositions related to the state constitutional change. Those are numbered. City propositions are lettered. The order of what goes on the ballot is determined by the City Council. You get to decide what's A, what's B, and how it's shown on there. Another thing to remember is the content is determined by City Council. These are just recommendations presented by that Charter Review Committee. City Council can take all of them, none of them, change them up, add any. That is all up to the discretion of the City Council. So with that in mind, I'm going to go to the first proposition, which is Proposition A. Proposition A is related to the cleanup. There's been a lot of talk about how the charter has antiquated language, has typos, everything in there. Because back in, when they first wrote it, they had a typewriter. They didn't have any correcting fluid. So there are some typos within the charter itself. What this proposition does, though, is not a direct cleanup. What it does is it is granting the city council the power to make non-substantive corrections to the charter when necessary. So what it proposes to do is add an Article 9, Section 31. Article 9, Section 31. And what this would do is allow this non-substantive cleanup by council by ordinance rather than going to an election every 2 years. And the thought process of the committee was at the time was that it would be more economical. Every 2 years, having an election to try and make these cleanups, costs about anywhere from $500,000, around in that range. And so they thought it would be easier and cleaner for the city council to have that authority. When they were presented with options, of course, there's a wide range of a way to look at these cleanups. You can either do a very detailed listing of what would be cleaned up, a general, just say we're going to clean up all the typos and kind of list them out, or this more powerful one that allows the city council that authority to do it by ordinance. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that it only allows for non-substantive changes. And what that means in general terms is that it'll correct what they call Scrivener's errors. Is it spelling error, typo? Is it grammar error? Is it a change in the cross-reference to state law? Because, state law gets codified and changed. Sometimes that reference to state law needs to be updated to reflect where the real site to the state law is located. Is there a punctuation error? Do you need to change or remove obsolete language? For example, we have the term velocipede in our charter. That's a reference to one of those old-fashioned bicycles with a big wheel in the front. We don't have too many of those, so it would take that out. Also, it would provide for gender neutral language. The thing to remember is that it cannot change the meaning or the intent of the charter. Those substantive changes that actually affect what that charter is meaning has to go to the voters. That's a voter change, not a council change. And if there's a question as to whether a change is substantive or not, it is probably substantive. It should be real clear what a non-substantive is, that when you read that provision, it still is in the same effect as it was before any change was made. And once those changes are made by city councils, for example, if y'all decide to correct a typo in it, you pass that by ordinance, and then you have a certified copy of it sent to the Texas Secretary of State, so it remains on file. So with that, that is Proposition A, if y'all have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sims. Council, let's open the floor for questions or comments on this one. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Sims, as you worked through this, you looked at many other cities and how they had handled their charters. Is this unique, or did you see other examples of this in charters across Texas?
There are other cities that have this provision in there. Generally, I would say the majority of the cities do not have it. This is a newer provision, but there are other cities that do utilize this.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Sims, how many, if you went by typo, obsolete language, how many instances would you harbor a guess at how many instances there would be that we'd have to put on a ballot?
There is numerous. I mean, on every page of the charter, I found several instances of typos. One of the major problems is that this charter was done over a century ago. The state law has changed greatly over that time frame. The references to election laws, for example, they'll say call an election within 20 days. Well, we're unable to do that per state law. So there is a lot of antiquated references to state law.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? So council, I take your lack of comments as being okay with the way it's been recommended. Okay, Ms. Sims, let's continue to Proposition B, please.
Okay, Proposition B relates to the compensation of the mayor and city council. This proposes to amend Article 9, Section 14. Currently, for city council members, our charter provides for a salary or a compensation of $300 a year. What the committee has recommended is an increase of that amount to $800 a month, which is $9,600 per year. For the mayor, the current compensation is $900 per year. What the committee has recommended is an increase to $1,300 a month, or $50,600 a year for the mayor. Some other notable additions to that provision is to make that amount adjusted per the consumer price index every 2 years. This proposed adjustment would be automatic. It's not required by vote of the sitting council at the time. And the adjustment goes into effect at the first meeting after the new council is qualified. So you would have your election, your new council is sworn in, and at that meeting, they would have that increase every 2 years. This amendment would not go into effect immediately after an election. If the voters vote this up in November, for example, it would not go into effect until the election and qualification of the first council after the election that would approve this. So that would be in May 2022.
Sorry, would you repeat the date again?
May 2022, that election.
If the charter amendment were to
Yes.
pass in November,
Yes,
it would be in May
exactly.
2022. Okay. Anything else on that one, Ms. Sims?
There's nothing further on that one.
Okay, council will open the floor for comments or questions on this one. Mr. Christian.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, do you know whether this is pretty much what other cities our size? Can you give me some examples of compensation for other cities that would be the size of ours?
What I can tell you is how the Charter Review Committee arrived at this number.
That would be good.
They did look at the top 25 cities on the pay. What they did is they dropped the top one and the bottom one so that they would get more of an average. And they took the average from those remaining cities. And this is the numbers that they came up with.
And that data, Mr. Christian's in the information they provided for us.
Sure, I remember that. I
Yeah,
just wanted to
yeah.
have that on the record today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Sims, again, if the committee is here, I appreciate all the hard work that they did. It doesn't go unnoticed. I don't know how far I need to take this. I don't agree with the 800. I think I've made that obvious. I think it needs to be a larger, greater number. Do we need to discuss? I'm glad you think that's funny. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. There will be we'll keep comments and cat calls down. That's everybody's warned. The next one, we're going to ask you to leave and watch it out in the lobby. Okay? Further comments?
Just briefly, Mayor, I don't want to, I don't know, was that amusing? But anyway, I don't agree with the number. I think we'll have further discussion at a later time, or is it proper to do it now?
I think now's appropriate, Mr.
Okay,
Chavez.
I think it should be a livable salary. I think it should be 50,000 for the council. I think 75,000 for the mayor. And I base my argument on the fact that we're not being, I say we as a city aren't being inclusive to other people that may have the desire to run for city council. And I understand city council is open to anyone and everyone that wants to run for office. The only prerequisite, if I'm not mistaken, is you have to be a registered voter and live in the district that you want to represent. The argument is not everybody can afford to run for city council. There are a lot of people out there that are very capable of running for office. Unfortunately, they can't afford to run for office. It's what I base my argument on. I want it to be inclusive, not exclusive. You know, right now you're either retired or an independent businessman. And is this a message we want to share with Lubbock? The prerequisite is you've retired or you're very well off financially. I think that door needs to be open to the general public. And I think for us to be inclusive in that argument is there should be a livable salary. And I think, well, and I've thought about this over and over again. And I will finish this argument with, let the public decide. Put it up for a vote. No, let the public decide. $800 is not making it a change in the dynamics of as to who sits up here. The $25 and the $800, it's a great increase. It did not open the door from a next door neighbor that could run for office but cannot afford to run for office. That's what I'm looking at. Are those doors open to everyone? Financially, it's not. So I think it's being exclusive. I don't think we need to be there. And I say, let the public decide. Put it up for a vote. Proposition A, or the choices are 50, 75,000, or we stay where we are now. Let the public decide. I don't want to sit here and tell the public what's best for me or for us. Put it up for a vote, because that's where we're going anyway. And I say let's put a number on it. I can keep on going. I think I've made my point on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor.
Reserve the right to come back to you. Ms. Jordan.
Ms. Sims, what we're talking about here in Proposition B, is that a policy issue?
Policy as in set by the citizens, if you look at it that way.
Is it a policy decision that should be made by the council?
Well, it's set by city charter, so it's not a policy. It would be a law.
Okay. How do you define compensation?
Compensation, there are court cases that define what compensation it would be. But the city charter, the way they do is look at what the city charter says. Is there anything in it that includes other things besides money? Does it exclude other things besides money? So anytime you're looking at what compensation is, you have to look at the plain language of the charter.
Well, but we're talking about amending the charter.
Yes. So it would be whatever y'all had decided on a vote, put before the voters.
Well, I'm just curious. Compensation means different things to different people. So what did the committee think it meant? Were they talking about how much you would be paid as opposed to the $25 a month? Is that what they were saying?
They looked at a lot of things as related to compensation. Not only just numerical money, but also any benefits.
Well, and Mr. Charles, I appreciate your comments and your concern. I don't think we're certainly exclusive up here. Look around, there's two females, one Black, Hispanic. I wasn't retired when I ran for council. I don't think the fact that you're retired or not retired. This one causes me some concern. Trying to make the change. I do not think it's an issue for people to vote on. That's our job. Thanks.
My concern, and I understand Ms. Luttrell, your point. My concern is for the person that has to go work and punch a clock. I don't know the numbers. I'd say that's probably up in the 70% percentile of people punching clocks. I think that'd be a good number. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm very fortunate to be here. If I were working at the previous job I had, I wouldn't be able to sit here and have this discussion with you. I would not be a part of the discussion. And that's what I'm looking for. How about that other 70% of the people that are John Q. Public, work every day, punch the clock, that's very capable of doing this job, of sitting up here on the dais as we are. And we're not affording them the opportunity because of the $25 or even the $800 that are proposed. And I'm being repetitive because I already made my argument once already. And I continue to think about that one person or the group of people in the city that are very capable, but just can't afford it.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Mr. Joy, I have a question about your comment. You said that you didn't feel like it was for the voters to decide compensation. So you think the charter's got that wrong, that it'd be better it'd be if the charter had language that would give that authority to the council, much like we set other salaries for the city employees.
Yes, because we're not employed, sorry. We are not we're not employees. And so it's it's a little different. You know, if we set salaries for employees, that's easily done. That falls under the city manager's purview. Of course, we have to approve his budget. But I'm not sure that the charter allows us to put it to a vote. And I think, I don't know why we have these committees. I'm beginning to wonder. You know, we have them, we get decisions, and then we don't do anything. And everybody questions what was done. And I understand that this committee had open meetings, people came, they took information. So I'm just real troubled by what Mr. Chavez says about John Q. Public. Well, I consider myself John Q. Public. Sorry. And I think Ms. Patterson Harris would consider herself John Q. Public. And Mr. Griffith, Mr. Christian, all of us. We are. The decision you make when you think, I want to run for that office. First of all, you do have to get permission. I had to get permission to run. You have to get permission. You have to build a group of people to support you. And when you do that, then you'll be really surprised at the fundraising that you would have. So if you're doing this job because it pays what you could make somewhere else, then you're probably doing it for the wrong reason. Now, someone suggested, who was that? Someone suggested sorry, I lost my train of thought when whoever that was said something. Sorry, I'm sure it'll come back. I'm just saying this provision just troubles me. I don't know which way I would go with it. At this point in time, I'm pretty uncertain.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith, or excuse me, let's go to Mr. Christian and then Mr. Griffith.
Yeah, I'd like to, as Ms. Joy said, I consider myself John Q. Public. And as John Q. Public, I remove myself with that terminology away from me sitting behind this dais. And I appreciate any good, healthy, deep and wide debate regarding a situation like this. And I appreciate Mr. Chavez's comments too. Where I'm leading to is a couple of questions. Is there any reason why this particular issue regarding salary could not be put to a vote of the public? Just, is there any reason why it couldn't? Secondly, I think that it is important to know that there are some people, and I look at our county commissioners, they have a job and I would consider their salary a living wage. But I'd like to know primarily is why couldn't this be put and ask the opinion and vote of the public? And the reason why I say that, Mr. Mayor, is we're elected officials, but also we're not salaried employees like a staff member. So I'd just like some clarification on what that means.
So ask Ms. Sims ask Ms. Sims your question specifically so she can answer it, because I'm not sure I got it.
Is there any reason why the question of what the salary or the pay for a council person could not be put to a vote of the people?
If it's in the charter amendment arena, you would have to come up with the amount certain that would be put into the charter. So that would be a decision for the council to make. Now, there is a process where you could put to the vote a non-binding referendum where you could ask the public as to whether they want a livable salary and allow it to do that. It would be non-binding, but it
Okay.
would also be a two-step process. So you would have that in November, and then you would have the subsequent charter election based upon what that non-binding referendum would be.
Got it. So it not non-binding, but it ultimately be our decision on whether
Yes.
we accept or use that as a tool to make a final decision.
Yes, because ultimately the decision, what goes onto the ballot, goes to the governing body, which is the city council.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a very interesting topic, and I appreciate everybody's opinion. The charter is old as the document is. I respect a lot. I think it's worked well for this city. I think that it spells out very well how this form of city government is based upon city manager form, and that this panel should be policy makers. The compensation amount, to me, is, in my opinion, a better offset of what it costs to serve. Ms. Joy brought up a point about when she first ran. Anybody that wants to do this job right does it for public service because we love our community. And so you're willing to give up and do it for your city. Give up any financial gain. But this is a good, I believe the committee is correct in their assessment. And I've had others in our community bring this to my attention. They felt like this was fair and reasonable way to approach it. But I think that we should remain policymakers. We're not designed to run the city. You don't want me running the water department. And I assure you, Chief Mitchell doesn't want me helping with the police department. I'm not a specialist like that. We're here as policymakers. But the point is that we have a city manager that is a professional, and he's paid very, very well. And should be. He's the professional that runs the day-to-day operations. $800 million budget. Over 2,400 employees. We have a great city. I think that it works real well the way we've done it for 100 years. I think this is kind of an offset. And I think that I'm fine with the recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Let's go to Mr. Chidas again, and then Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification. When I made the statement about John Q. Public, I did make the distinction of the man that punches the clock. You know, yes, we're all John Q. Public. We're all a part of that. Some of us are lucky enough to where we don't have to punch the clock. And that's what I'm basing my argument about. The person that's punching the clock does not have, for whatever reason that may be, and typically it's, if you're raising a family, you're paying tuition, you've got to punch the clock, you've got to work. That's what I'm looking at. That's who I'm looking out for. You know, the person that's, again, very capable, but economically can't do it. Yes, they can make the decision. They would make good policymakers. They just can't afford to be one. And again, it's getting repetitive, but I just wanted to clarify it.
Thank you. Mr. Massagill.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chavez, you make good points. And I understand your point. I, for one, first appreciate the work of the committee and feel like the work they did was productive. I think they followed our direction and delivered a product that allows the council to make decisions. So I'm grateful for that. I think when the citizens that participated in creating our original charter set the compensation, they obviously didn't contemplate the conversation we're having today. But I think when they set it at $25, their concept was public service. And the committee has applied a formula here to that has brought us to a value for council pay, if that's what you want to call it. It's a stipend, it's an offset, it's a, you know, it helps a tiny, tiny bit to modern day value. And I can support that. I think they've done good work here. What I would not be able to support is if it was instantaneous. I don't want the perception that I'm, you know, supporting some kind of compensation increase for what I do here. So I'm glad that it goes into the effect for when the new council is seated. But I appreciate what they've done. I think this maintains the spirit of what our citizens that started our community meant, and I can support what's been presented.
Thank you, Mr. Massagill. Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, Ms. Amy, if you will take me back to the answer you gave Mr. Christian regarding when his question was, is there a way for us to present this to the citizens for them to tell us what exactly they would be, what would be a good, what they would recommend as a compensation?
Yes. Again, what is actually put into the charter is determined by a vote of the people, but what's on that ballot, it's going to be determined by city council.
Mhm.
But there is a mechanism called a non-binding referendum where city council could get input from the voters. For example, you can ask, shall city council, earn a livable wage, and define that in a non-binding referendum. But the key to it is that would take 2 elections.
Mhm.
You couldn't have a non-binding referendum and then have a charter amendment at the same time. You could, but that non-binding referendum would have no effect. And again, the thing to keep in mind is on these charter elections, you can only have one every 2 years. So if you were to do that simultaneously, that's gonna keep you from doing anything from 2 years. So practically speaking, if you wanted the input prior to doing this provision, you would have to have one election, for example, in November, having a non-binding referendum. And then based upon that, you could do a charter amendment based upon the results of that non-binding referendum.
That helps me. I think I didn't know that that's what I needed to ask before when I was saying, is there any way for, hold on, let me take this off this keep jingling. Is there any way for there to be choices for citizens? So in fact, I guess there is by the non-binding referendum is what I'm understanding. Okay, I tell you what I did. By this time I've kind of been back and forth on it and looking at all of the pieces. So I thought I'd start asking some of the citizens that I represent to hear from them and some of the things that they said. And I got a couple different things, but a consensus on one. But the comment I want to make before I share that is that you're right. The original charter the original development of the charter was done during a certain period of time. But when you think about that, you have to remember that during that time, again, not everybody was a part of that process or part of that thought process. And kind of with some of what the citizens who share with me, in addition to Mr. Chattis, we want to make sure that we're not doing in this day the thing that was being done in that day, because there was a lot of exclusion going on during that time. So I hear Mr. Chattis when he says, we don't want this to continue to be a situation where certain citizens are again excluded, are not being given the same opportunity. So I'm with you. And I hope you caught that. I hope we caught that. And so when I spoke with citizens, many of them said that they felt like council should be paid. Not so much so that John Q. Public, and I'll use your terms, Mr. Chattis, gets to be run for council, but because of the load that council tends to bear as we serve. And I know that we're policymakers and things like that, but when Miss Mary has a situation, she's not concerned that I'm a policymaker. She knows that she voted for me. And doggone it, when she calls and needs something, that I better get to it and come and see what it is. Because when I signed up for this thing, that's what I signed up for, is to make sure that I was available for the citizens who punched my name on the ticket. So I hear everybody, but as I hear you, Mr. Chattis, I don't want this to be an initiative charter situation here in the 2021 year. So I thank you, Mr. Christian, for pointing that out. I don't think that it's a bad idea that we began to look at the non-binding referendum to hear from the citizens as to whether they think, like I think Mr. Chattis is saying, it's either let the citizens decide yay or nay. And I think that is an option for the citizens to tell us, yes, let's do the living wage, or no. I didn't have that before. And I think I'd asked, if there's a way that the citizens could decide, whether it's this or that. And maybe this answers that for me. But my deal is that I think that we have to bear all things in mind when it comes to serve as a council member. I did it because I wanted to do it. But I can't necessarily say that that's something that the next person can do. I did. I waited until I retired because I was focusing on what I was focusing on at the time. I wasn't even focusing on running for council when I retired, I'll tell you that. But I did because I figured I wanted to be here and do a job. But I think in that, because even having to make this decision kind of makes my point to the leverage or the level of decisions that the council has to make. So I hope that was clear and it wasn't too
So
confusing for me.
I'm going to drill down. So I heard you say you like the referendum idea. But how do you stand on this proposal right here?
Because, and then I said that because I listened to the people in the community that I asked. I asked
Right.
specifically, then if I speak for them, this would not be something that I would go with as far as $800 a month.
Not enough or too much?
I don't think it's enough.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, Mr. Christian.
I think this is a really defining moment for our city in regards to this debate about what council people are paid and what the potential for it to open doors for people that couldn't otherwise serve unless there was at least some sort of level of living wage to this. In regards to the question that you just asked, Ms. Patterson Harris, Mr. Mayor, I'm not opposed to what I see as far as the compensation that we see today. And as every council member knows, regardless of how much we publicize public hearings or committee meetings, the participation and the questions or participation from the citizens to attend those are woefully short always. Every council, every city, every town hall I've ever had in my tenure here, it's usually the same dozen or so people that show up.
Mr. Christian, I would just interrupt to remind you that we had two very well-attended, very extensive public meetings. There was public comment at all 11 of this charter committee's meetings. And both sides were well represented. I've had a chance to watch the video.
Okay.
One of those is particularly good watching.
I
If
remember
you-
that.
if
I
you-
saw some
You
of that
can't
one.
sleep
It
at
was
night. You
a
might want to watch it.
debate.
But so there's lots of input to this. I think it's important. Your point about town halls is well made. This was a little different.
I
animal.
remember that one that was very rousing debate on it. But my point is if we feel like that we need to go to the extra mile with a non-binding referendum to maybe put an end to the debate of what should or shouldn't be, the compensation should or shouldn't be for a council member, I don't think that we should throw that out the door today. It's been, what, 2010 since we had the charter was reviewed, is that correct? Something in that,
Prior to this one,
prior to this one,
2010,
and they didn't take any action on it at all either, did they?
they made recommendations. The council at that time did not take any action on it.
My point, Mr. Mayor, I just want us to be thoughtful about this process right now. Because what might come back is a rounding, yes, we do not want it to be we don't want council members to receive a living wage, and we can put this debate to rest, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Chavez.
Ms. Sims, so let's see if again, to touch on what Councilman Christian said, we could very well in November say, this is what we propose if we come to agreement on a monetary value, and let the public at that point decide, yes, we're for or against what we recommended, correct?
Are you talking about it as a charter amendment?
As a charter amendment.
Yes.
Let's say, because I did mention the number, 75,000, 50,000. If we, the council, come to agreement with that, and let's just hypothetically say we do, now that goes to the charter amendment election
Yes.
that the public would decide. And if the public says, no, you don't get a livable wage, so now we stay where we are today, correct?
That is correct.
And again, I go back to the 800 that is proposed. It doesn't change the dynamics. It's still the same. It's an increase from 25, but the people that could not afford to run for office on 25 can't afford to run for office for 800. That's what I refer to. So I would say, hey, let's put it to the vote. Let the public decide. This is the number, yes or no. If it's no, then we stay where we are. And I agree with the year 22 as well, because I don't want it to appear that we're voting ourselves a pay raise. That's not what it's about. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sim.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Amy, make sure I got it right. So if the council decided to put some referendum language on a November ballot and also had a charter election for some, maybe for other parts of the charter, or frankly, you could have the pay increase and a referendum both on the
You could.
on the charter.
You could.
But to act on that referendum couldn't happen if you'd had that charter amendment at the same time. It would be 2 years before you could do that.
Exactly.
So in our case, you're always going to have, well, the potential of having a different council at that point going forward. It just seems a rather inefficient way to go about it. It would seem to me like we've gotten the input of the people. through this process. Anyway, just a thought. I had not thought about a referendum until you mentioned it earlier on. Personally, I can't support a living wage. I've said that all along. I think the city, strong manager form of government, city manager form of government, which we have, works best. I think, with the exception, I guess, of Houston, where else in our state? Is that it? Pasadena and Houston. They're the two largest. Even Austin, which votes yes for everything, just voted down a strong mayor form of government in the most recent elections. So I support our form of government. I think this seems to be a pretty good recommendation. I've seen the way they sort of gathered their information and how they got where they are. The council increase it's a 32-fold increase. It's over about 104 years. I mean, you could, if you look at what the value of a dollar is from then to now, you find it's a bit congruent in doing something like that. But counsel, Mr. Chavez, you've been on this all along, and you've made good points. And but I think if you take it to a living wage, then all of a sudden you've got full-time council members and mayors and nothing to do. I mean, that's not what there's not. We've got staff to do it, and that's my opinion. And I think you sort of set yourself on a real slippery slope going forward. So, I can support this if we choose to add this to the ballot in November. I think that becomes the question, and I guess we'll get to decide that if we choose to, at our next meeting, if we tee this up to make some of those decisions. I'll open the floor for any final comments on this before we go to Proposition C. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the committee, the hard work that they put in, it's appreciated. Didn't go unnoticed. I listened to most of the virtual meetings that they did have. I listened to the public, my constituents, and I based my argument on that as well. Again, the committee, great job, well done. And this is what it's all about. If we don't discuss it, if we don't voice our opinions, we're back to 1924 again. We got to be considerate of everybody. We don't always agree up here on this dais, but it's always an amicable disagreement. And that's what it's all about. It's about discussion. And for those that can't afford to run for office, don't give up. Maybe someday that'll change. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make my statement again in reference to the non-binding referendum. Because as I stated, I thought I didn't know this was what I was asking when I was visiting with staff previously, that this could be the thing to happen, that we hear from citizens and go from there and decide. I don't think it's asking too much to have this happen in November and then look at May as being the time for consideration of the charter pieces, if you will. We still have one other piece to consider. So I don't know where we'll go with that. So I still think it would not be a bad idea that we look at the non-binding referendum for the November election and the potential of a charter election in May.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Okay, let's move to Proposition C, please. Ms. Sims.
Proposition C relates to Article 4, which is relating to initiative, referendum, and the recall process. What this proposition would do is a complete overhaul of that whole article. The intent of the committee when they were looking at this was to make that process easier for citizens to understand. The number one thing was to clarify that process by clearly outlining those steps. The current language that we have is very cumbersome. It's very hard to follow. I think the thought was that if an ordinary citizen can't sit down, read it, and understand what they need to do, it's not very helpful on doing the process. If you need 3 lawyers to take a look at the language and come up with what it says, that's a problem. These changes also include primarily some of the big changes that would come up is changing the number of required signatures for a petition. Instead of making it based on the number of voters in the last general municipal election, make it based off of the number of registered voters in that area. The idea was to have a more consistent number. For example, prior to our last election, you would have numbers around 3,000, 2,000, 3,000 signatures you need to get. Based off of this last election, you're talking more like 14,000 signatures. There's just huge difference in that. The thought was to get it at that consistent number. Previously, it was for the initiative and referendum process, you needed 25% of the voters in the last regular municipal election. And for recall, it would be 30% of the voters in whatever area, whether it's, a citywide for a citywide elected official or district official, you take 30% of that district. And then off of that 30%, you have to have 1/10 certified that they voted for that person. What the committee proposed was just a flat 10% of the registered voters in the area that you're looking at. So if it was initiative or referendum or a citywide office, it'd be 10% of the city. If you're looking at a district office, it would be 10% of the registered voters of that district. The other thing that they were wanting to do was define the issues, the questions within it that are not otherwise defined. For example, there is no set time period for the city secretary to come back on certifying a petition. Because it's silent, we just have to come up with a reasonable time frame, whatever that is. So the committee gave a set time period of 20 business days for the city secretary to certify that petition and bring it back to city council. Another area that's undefined is what happens when you have a initiated ordinance or an ordinance that had been referred and therefore repealed. What can city council do afterwards? What's that time frame? Right now, that's undefined. Could they immediately turn around and do, could city council immediately turn around and do something to it? Or do we want to set a limitation period, whatever that time frame is? The committee thought that a year period would be ideal.
Ms. Sims, I'm going to go through that one more time.
Yes.
Okay. And so the current charter does not have a provision
No.
that would keep the council from overturning a petition vote of the citizens.
It's silent.
It's silent on that. So a vote that had been a positive vote from the citizens could, once it was on the books, the council, they could take action to repeal that.
They could.
So what's being suggested here is something that actually limits the powers of the council.
I think that was more the intent, was a limitation.
Okay, that's
Yes.
reading through their recommendations. That's what I got. I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure that, because I think there's been a bunch of I've had a number of questions about this. I had a really long email this weekend I hadn't had a chance to respond to yet from a citizen about this. And it made me go back and reread to make sure that I understood. So I wanted to stop you right there.
Yes.
And let
And
you
that
go through
time,
that.
the time frame, they did change it, originally 6 months, they changed it up to a year. You could have, again, this is where city council kind of has the ability to work with this language. Do you want it a unanimous vote? You could take that requirement, whatever that limitation is, it would be in that, whatever the city council sets in that charter, and the charter would put that as a limiter on there. Do you want a bigger time frame? You could do that, but that would be up to city council at that point.
Thank you. Please continue.
Now, another change to it is looking at the recall. Currently, how many times can you have a petition and when can a petition be submitted? Currently, you cannot have one 6 months after the official's elected or after recall election. The committee thought that it would be better to put some more limiters on that. For example, if a petition failed, have a cooling off period of 6 months instead of being able to do a petition, one petition after another, because of staff time and money that would cause. Also, it would not allow for a recall up when it's 10 months to a reelection, or 10 months up to a reelection. The reason being, because if you have a recall and the person is recalled, per the Texas Constitution, you have to fill that office within 120 days. So it is possible to have a recall election in November. Then by March, you have to have another election, have that person in place, and then turn around and 2 months later in May, have to have an election for that position because it's open again. So the idea was to prevent, 3 or 4 elections and causing that expense for the city. And finally, another provision is that if an officer is recalled, there would be a prohibition from them running for city office for 5 years after that recall. So with that, if y'all have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sims. Comments or questions on this? Mr. Christian.
Just working from top to bottom, is there a provision in our charter now in regards to the number of years somebody would not be able to run for reelection now?
No,
So it's silent on that one as well.
that is silent. So someone could be recalled and turn around and immediately go, when that office was open and run for that office again.
And following up on the mayor's comment a minute ago, and I want to clarify that in my mind too. Currently, if there was an ordinance out there that was recently passed, we could reverse that tomorrow.
Are you talking about through the initiative process?
Mhm.
Yes, I mean, that's the argument. If it's silent, then the council retains power.
So because it's silent, we could determine when and how, or when we would want to try to reverse a recently passed ordinance.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing you say.
Yes.
So walk me through again what this new recommendation would do in regards to this specific point that I'm trying to make, or
It's,
issue that I'm bringing up.
it's the idea that council retains all legislative powers unless it is specifically taken away in the charter. The idea of this would be to limit council authority if a ordinance is either referred or initiated. It would limit that council power for a certain, whatever time period it sets forth in that charter.
It would limit our power, but we could decide whether it's a year out, 2 years, 3 years, whatever length we could put into play, that we could go back and reverse an ordinance. That's what you're saying, correct?
Based off of what the length that the charter puts on there.
And this may not be a question for you, maybe a question for a city manager, but could you walk me through maybe a couple of scenarios where this new proposal might come into play and why it might come into play?
The proposal based on limiting the council's ability to reconsider an ordinance that was passed by the voters.
Correct.
Because the charter, and Ms. Sims, correct me if I get out of line, but because the charter says nothing, the council, following its council rules today, in theory, could do exactly the instructions the voters gave you. The voters passed that ordinance by referendum or by petition. You then enacted it. If the council chose to, you could post that very same item at your very next meeting and repeal it. You can do that because there's nothing today that stops you. What is in the recommendation that came to you from your Citizens Review Committee puts a lockout period, I guess maybe is the best way to say it. It puts a lockout on the council. Because council, even if you were, whether you learned something that wasn't known at the time or council had a different view, regardless of that, you are locked out for whatever time period you choose to put out for this, where you can't You could conceivably do so once the lockout period ended. But today, there's no lockout period. So as this is put forth, it is not giving the council any authority at all. It is limiting authority that the council has today. To speak to the question,
Yeah, I was just, you answered it, and I was just wondering if there was any scenario that you could see that, or how would we might use this in the future in correcting maybe a antiquated ordinance, something that's detrimental to a growth project. I'm just trying to figure out how this would be initiated into reversing that.
to my understanding, this would only apply to an ordinance that was put into place by petition of the voters of the city of Lubbock,
Correct.
period.
Or if there was an ordinance that was referred, i.e. repealed by the people,
That's my.
how
Yeah.
can you
You-
put it back into
you could
place?
do it in
It
the
would be,
reverse.
that
It was-
would be, yes.
It was voted in by the citizens.
So if,
Okay.
well, if it's either voted in or repealed by the citizens, because initiative is voting it in, referral means that they're repealing it. That lockout period would go to either one of those scenarios. For example, if there was an ordinance that got repealed by referendum, then this would prevent the city council from passing that ordinance again for that certain time frame.
I just want people to understand that this is really putting a greater restriction on our ability to reverse ordinances.
It
as it is-
creates a
as it is
restriction where
stated
none
today,
exists
Because I think
today.
there's some confusion out there. Thank you.
Council, other comments on this one? Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that dialogue, and I agree that there should be a lockout period. I think the council should be restricted once the voters have spoken. So I'm in favor of that. My only real question mark is Ms. Sims on, and I know that the committee, they spent a lot of time on this, how they came to the 10% of registered voters. And they looked at other cities across the state, correct?
Yes, they did. And the vast majority that used registered voters, 10% was the number that was used. You know, usually there was a few that had 5%, but 10% by far was the most common.
Thank you. I feel like that's a little high. That's my personal opinion, that I feel like we've set the bar a little high.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Massengill?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that when the voters have spoken that there should be a lockout period. That's something that was obviously overlooked. And I support that. I think I appreciate the thought of the committee and the thought they put into this piece of it. I can support what they've recommended. I can also agree with Mr. Griffith. Maybe there needs to be some debate on what that percentage should be on what is the bar on the initiative process if you're going to bring a petition. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Ms. Patterson Harris?
Yes, sir. I was just going to comment with regard to the 10% being the number of petition participants, if you will. I think that's a huge number, whether you're looking at it as a registered voters for the city, or if you're looking at a recall situation within districts. I think that's a too large of a number for this area. I'm not sure what the situation was for many of the cities that use that 10%, how many of their citizens actually had the ability, or how often citizens actually use that process, those with that percentage. Do you have that information?
I do not. Sorry.
I'll just restate that I think that is way too high for something like this, when we are here for the citizens and to allow them to utilize a process that's in place. I don't want it to appear that we're trying to put things in place that make things unattainable for citizens to speak in the manner in which they'd like to. Thank you.
You make a good point. However, I would argue the other side of that, and, right now and until next May, the recall process would require 7,000 fewer votes with the 10% threshold than it would the last municipal election. You also know that the last, I don't know, at least close to a handful of legislative sessions, there's been legislation introduced to move all municipal elections to November. So, you just as a thought, I tend to think 10's a little high. I was surprised how many cities have 10. I could probably get to 8 and get comfortable with something like 8. But I was surprised that seems to be among cities that would somewhat be in our peer group, that 10% seems to be. I thought Odessa's was the most fascinating. 50%, it requires 50% of the people who voted, 50% of the number of votes cast at the last regular municipal election, but never less than 7,500 signatures. It's a city less than half of our size. And it's a big bar to jump over. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. Maybe that's an Ector County thing. Other feedback on this one, council? Okay, Ms. Sims, let's move to Proposition D. I think we'll probably start to see these move a little bit quicker. I think a lot of the meat was intentionally presented up front.
Proposition D relates to Article 8, and that is the city's ability to issue bonds and indebtedness. Currently, the provisions have processes that are outside state law. What this provision would do is to make the issuance of bonds in conformance with all the state law procedures. So as state law changes on that, or if they add additional requirements or take requirements away, however that is, the city would have to do it in accordance with state law. It does not give the city any additional powers related to bonds or issuance of debts. It's not intended to increase or decrease that power. We would still have that power if this proposition failed. It would just say we will drop all the extraneous processes and make sure that we go with state law.
Council, any questions on that one for Ms. Sims? Seems to be a logical. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use that word. Let's go to Proposition E.
Proposition E amends Article 2, Section 15 and Article 2A, and both of those relate to the city's ability to do street assessments. Article 2, Section 15 was in place when the charter was first passed. Article 2A came in about, I believe it was in the 1920s when they amended that because state law the state had passed a law that provided for street assessments, and so they wanted to adopt that. So we have two provisions relating to the same topic. Article 2, Section 15 has a lot of procedures that do not follow state law. So the idea was to clean that up, take out all those extraneous provisions in Article 2, Section 15, and then go to Article 2A that referenced an old state law reference that has since been codified. It is purporting to adopt the state law, specifically Chapter 311 and 313 of the Texas Transportation Code that relate to street assessments. And the city would just abide by those provisions.
Thank you, Ms. Sims. Ms. Patterson Harris.
We're going to have a lot of these as time passes, huh?
Yes. Over time, particularly with the state law, previously state law was not codified. They had just statutes. And over the years, the state has taken to coming up with codes. So for example, we have a local government code, we have a transportation code, we have a health and safety code. So all of those previous laws were recodified. Now they're the same law, you just have a different reference. But it causes problems within our ordinance if it doesn't have the correct references. And that's one of those examples of where the city had thought about something prior to the state, passed a procedure, And then the state afterwards came in and adopted different procedures. And so we have that gap. And so the whole intent is to make sure that we're in conformance with state law.
And the other part of that I'm making is that as the state continues to move in the direction that it is, the cities is going to find itself here making those adjustments.
Yes.
Does it appear so? Thank you.
Please, if you would, if you've not done so, please silence your cell phones. Okay, Ms. Patterson Harris, is that all you had on that? Just make an observation, right?
That point and
Okay.
getting ready.
Yeah.
I
well
guess
said.
more than
Okay,
anything.
thank you. Just want to make sure. Any other comments on Prop E? Okay, Prop F.
Proposition F is amending Article 2, Section 19, relating to the condemnation of land for public works. It sets forth a process. And of course, if you look at condemnation, or the other word for it that we use is eminent domain, state law has very specific procedures for the city being able to do condemnation or eminent domain. And therefore, this is an obsolete section. What the committee is proposing to do is to delete all the extraneous process and conform the process to be in accordance with state law.
Any questions or comments about Prop F? Okay, please continue, Ms. Sims.
Proposition G is amending Article 6. That relates to occupation taxes. Currently, not only does the charter allow for the city to collect occupation tax, it actually makes it mandatory. One of the provision it says, and to quote it, it says, "It shall be the duty of the police department and the city manager or his designee to see that the provisions of this chapter or article relating to the occupation taxes are strictly complied with and forthwith to present to the judge of the municipal court of record any persons violating the same." That's mandatory. The idea was to take out all that mandatory language. This provision isn't granting the city any additional authority. It actually takes away that idea that the city manager is forced to go out there and present people to the municipal court judge if they're not paying these taxes. What it does is just say, to the extent that it's going to be collected, it's all according to state law. And the state has provisions relating to occupation taxes and to the extent of the city's ability to do so.
I don't know what Mr. Atkinson will do if he's not out there doing that, so. Sorry. Any comments or yeah, on his philosophy? Yeah. Other questions on or comments on Prop G? Okay, let's go to Prop H, please.
Prop H is amending Article 9, Section 23 regarding the salaries of officers and employees. And all it's doing is deleting the processes that are not in conformance with current policies and actions. For example, it requires the mayor or the mayor pro tem to sign every check for every city employee's salary. Of course, we've gone electronic, and I'm assuming, Mr. Mayor, you're not signing everyone's check, but that would delete all those processes.
Questions on Prop H? Okay, how about Proposition I, please, Ms. Sims?
Proposition I relates to Article 9, Section 26. Again, this is another provision where there is extraneous processes outside of state law that are included in there. It's the requirement of advertising all of our balance sheet and statements from all of our audits in the newspaper, which would be very expensive. If you've gotten any ads from the newspaper lately, that's a very expensive proposition. That is not required by state law. Of course, we would have to abide by whatever the state required us to do. So if the state provided for advertising at some future date, we would do that. But that would just delete any extraneous processes.
Okay.
Do you have any of that language in here about subject to or pursuant to state law?
It's not currently in there, but if the city council decides that they want that in there, it can be added.
Okay. I do too.
I agree. Other comments on I? Okay, please continue, Ms. Sims.
Proposition-
Last two.
Yes. Proposition J amends Article 9, Section 27. That's relating to city's contracting authority for buying goods and services. The current provision has a bunch of provisions in there that are not in conformance with state law. As you well know, that state law has a very detailed process for bidding, for purchasing and entering into contracts, and the city needs to abide by that. So what it would do is amend that provision to conform with state law.
Questions on Prop J? Okay, finally, Proposition K.
Proposition K is relates to Article 2, Section 23. That is the provision that deals with the city's general policing powers, and it lists all the things that the city has the ability to do in policing and regulating its citizens. It is mainly a cleanup proposition because this is where you're going to find a lot of the mistakes and outdated language. For example, it refers to the city commission throughout that article, and it's really the city council. That's where you have the obsolete terms such as they say body assignation and disorderly houses, whatever that is. Rolling of hoops, velocipedes, things like that are in there. And of course, people be probably surprised to know that they can't roll hoops on the sidewalks of the city of Lubbock, but that's in that provision. Also, there's provisions that are in direct conflict with state law. For example, the direct regulation of liquor. We can't prohibit, just outlaw liquor. That's done by state law. And the state law says that cities cannot do that unless the state allows it. Also relates to illegal drugs and various things like that. It also provides that we could punish people by making them do labor in a workhouse. All of that stuff is things that we cannot do. So it's purporting to delete all of that. And finally, it would specifically add the power to zone. We would have that power. We have that power, whether it's in there or not. But because this is a general policing section, it would be best to include something like that in that section.
Ms. Joy?
Does state law include governor's emergency orders?
No, it does not. Now, the charter does contemplate the mayor's emergency powers. Apparently, the mayor has the ability to gather a posse in our charter. That's another example of some of the outdated language. But it does not refer to the governor's powers. That's all done by state law.
So if it never becomes state law, then his orders would not
Yes.
be controlling for the city.
If the state came in and amended the provisions related to the governor's powers, then yes, that would affect the city.
Okay, let's back up just a minute. You just told me that the governor's emergency orders
Yes.
are not state law.
I did not mean to say that.
Oh, okay.
Because currently state law provides for the governor to
Okay.
have those powers, then yes, it is. I mean, you would look at state law as to what those powers the governor has.
So you're referencing some of the legislative provisions that were before the legislature
Yes.
this session,
Yes,
limiting
yes,
his ability
yes.
to issue those orders. Okay, that makes sense. This section is really, I don't know if anybody will even read it, but there's a lot of, for example, one example, plumbing regulation. To provide for the regulation and control of plumbers and plumbing works and to secure efficiency in the same. First of
do-
all, the state regulates a lot of what the plumbers can and cannot do, and they have to register all kinds of things.
We also have the plumbing code in the city of Lubbock, and we do register our plumbers. So there is a lot of those powers that the city retains.
But aren't all of these kind of subject to whether there's a state law that affects them? We don't know what's coming up
Yeah.
in a legislative session. We don't have
The-
any idea.
The
In the
entire
future.
charter is subject to the city, I mean,
Okay.
to the state. We can only do the things that are not in violation of state law or the state constitution. Home rule cities are allowed to do anything unless they're what we call preempted.
Mhm.
The state can come in and preempt us from regulating different things. For example, they have done that with liquor, that the sale of alcoholic beverages is governed by state law in the Alcoholic Beverage Code. So that's an example of where they've specifically said cities don't have the power to do that. So everything that we do, including the charter, is subject to state law.
And so would you define a disorderly house for me?
That's a good question, because I think you could say
Why
mine
would we
is at
leave it in there
times.
if
I
we
don't
don't know what it is?
I would think at the time that was probably a saloon, gambling house. I'm sure that that's what they were thinking of at that time. But it could include any, I guess nowadays it could be anyone that has teenagers and toddlers. I don't know.
Well, that's right. I guess you could just say we can't punish the keepers or the inmates.
You know, whatever a body assignation is, I don't know. I mean,
Don't you think we ought to do a little bit better than that?
and that is part of the cleanup. I mean, and that was the discussion on, if you go back to Proposition A.
Hey,
What do you do with the cleanup? Now, there is the school of thought that says you just do the cleanup and you have that election whenever you need it cleaned up. We had those ready. And that was presented to the committee. They chose this other provision because they thought it would be more economical for the city, that so long as nothing substantive could get changed, that if you have, for example, taking rolling of hoops out, I mean, that's not something that happens in the city. That's an antiquated provision. Take that out. Or other things. For example, we can't regulate the sale of opium. That is something outside of the city's jurisdiction, things like that.
Well,
So-
would you work on that particular one? And either we need to get rid of it or we need to know what it means. Because it talks about inmates.
We at one time had a city jail, and that was pretty recent. So
Well,
we
that
can't have
wasn't that
inmates.
long ago.
Mr. Atkinson,
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Actually did research that as part of a somewhat amusing presentation I have on the charter. In the language of the day, that referred to a bordello.
The language of the day.
It's what you would call it today, or a house of prostitution. And that language appears in many charters that were written about this period of time.
And that would now fall under our criminal code.
Yes, I mean, prostitution is under the penal code. So, taking it out doesn't mean that we've all of a sudden made prostitution legal in Lubbock. That's not the intent. State has come in and regulates that. That is particularly because it's more than a Class C misdemeanor, and all we can do is Class C misdemeanors.
okay. Thank you, Ms. Sims. Council, further questions for Mrs. Sims? Okay, thanks, Amy. We appreciate all your help. Council, we've not had a chance to review all of the propositions. What kind of direction should we give staff? Well, before we do that, let me ask Mr. Atkinson to sort of help us with, and Ms. Garza to help us with a timeline on this. Becky, why don't you start? If you would, I think you provided something to me yesterday, maybe to the entire council, but about if in fact we wanted to call an election, at what point do we need to act?
Okay, I'll point out a couple of things for a charter election. It would be a 2-reading ordinance calling the election. So our deadline is August 16th. We do have we have I believe it's July 27th council meeting coming up, and then we have August the 10th. But the deadline to call the election would be August the 16th. So we're looking at that and doing that.
Mr. Atkinson, anything you want to add to that?
No, sir, just a quick reminder, it is 2 actions. So both actions have to be completed by the deadline of August the 16th.
So,
Mr. Massaguo.
so if on two readings, if the council, can council change the recommendation between the first and the second reading like any ordinance? Okay,
Yes.
just if it was still work in progress. Okay.
Okay, council, what's your pleasure? Unless we need to give staff some direction. Ms. Joy.
Well, to address Ms. Patterson Harris' issue about listening to people and Mr. Chavez and others, we do know, not only did we have public comment, but we also had written comment from lots and lots of people. I am concerned about pushing it to a November election. That only gives us, today's the 13th, just a little over a month to gather any other input that may come along now that people are hearing again. And I have a little bit of concern about pushing it to a November election. It would also perhaps keep us from having to have a referendum. The referendum, although the process sounds good, the question is, how do you submit it? Do you say they should be paid X, Y, or Z? And what if the results are not conclusive? Then we're put right back where we were to start in the first place. And that's what bothers me. We could end up with something that we have done a referendum, which the cost of that is how much, Ms. Garza, on a referendum?
Well, our last election that we had in May. Thank you, Courtney. The last election that we had in May, we spent approximately $300,000.
It's a lot of money. So maybe there's a better way. And that's my only thought. Mayor.
So I think what I hear you say is you're open to the referendum idea in November. No, you're not open to that, but you also don't feel like November's the right time for the bond election. Okay?
Not the bond.
Excuse me, charter, I'm sorry. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in agreement as well. I think November is a tight squeeze, a tight crunch as far as the time's concerned. Referendum, I don't agree with the referendum. I think we've kicked this bucket down the street long enough. I say, let's get it done. You know, if we're going to do it in May, let's set our sights in May. But I think November is a little too close to get it done. I think we'd be pushing. And I think we need to delay it possibly. Thank you.
Mr. Massagill.
Thank you, Mayor. When we started this process, we all had a discussion as a group about our commitment to do the work on this charter and put it to the vote of the people. I have the opposite concerns about delaying it. I feel like the committee's done good work and we've had a lot of time to contemplate. I think we could still make a November. I think we make the deadline for November.
Thank you, Mr. Massagill. Other thoughts? Mr. Christian, Mr. Griffith, Ms. Patterson Harris. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you. There's pros and cons to both doing it November or May. I do truly appreciate the work of the committee. I think it is, there's some parts and Mayor Pro Tem asked the question that I'd like to reiterate, that we still have time to change parts of it before we get to an election. So there's some parts that I'm still scratching.
Want to modify.
Thank you. Modify.
Modify the recommendation from the committee.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. But the main thing is that we've had 2 charter committees in the past. It was brought up 3, excuse me, that council's never acted on. And I think it's time that we do put it before our citizens. Again, there's some, I think, some work to be done, some modification. But I do think it's time that we do it, respect the committee's work. And we're dealing with a 100-year-old document. And a lot of it, as Ms. Sims pointed out, is clean up and get us congruent to state law, state of Texas. And I think that's important that we do that, modernize our document. And I've thought about this quite a bit, and I'm fine with doing it in November. I don't want it to affect another possible election component that we have in November. I don't want people to get confused when we talk about the bond election. So I have a little concern there, but I'm fine with going forward with it.
Thank you. Mr. Christian?
I'm fine with going forward to it with this also. But I want to back up and say a couple of things about, and I appreciate the work that the committee has done. And I appreciate the reminder, Mr. Mayor, of the participation of citizens, both in person and in writing. I think that's invaluable. And there was great information that was provided that committee so they could come to these conclusions. I love the idea of the referendum that would allow the people to go to and cast a vote for whatever they think that our monetary value is for council work. But I think that would delay it too far. I wish that could happen. I think it would make a lot of sense. I think it could help people understand or feel like they had more of an input in what the future of the pay for council is. But it just doesn't make sense at this time. I think we need to move forward with this. Like Councilman Griffin said, there's been a previous council that a lot of work was done and nothing was complete, no cleanup, no changes. So with that said, I'm in favor of moving forward with this also. And just a last note, Ms. Joy, the disorderly house covers, I looked it up, a lot of territory. Gambling, prostitution, drugs, you name a disorderly motion by anybody and it's covered under that one. So yeah, that one needs to come out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Ms. Patterson Harris?
I think we all know that that there's a great event coming and that we need to get dressed up for it. I just don't think we're clear or headed in a direction of agreement as to what to wear, if it's a dress, if it's a long dress, if it's a short dress, if it's a puffy dress or whatever. So I just think that there are some other things for me that need to be known. I am still in favor of doing the non-binding referendum. I may stand alone, but I've stood alone before. I think that with the information that the committee has given us, in addition to the point that Mr. Chavez makes, that there may be another place in there for me. So I am not opposed to maybe having the referendum for November and the election, if I'm correct in what I'm hearing, for May. I think the plan is for an election in November anyway. I'm not sure if that changes or adds or take away for cost with regard to having the non-binding referendum piece in there. So, but whatever the council decides, then I'm good. But as for me, that's what I'd like to see.
Okay, I think it's everybody. We've heard from everybody. I think staff, I think we bring this, let's put it on the next agenda. I think we have certainly, it appears just by counting noses that we have enough to get it there. And we'll see if staff, we'll see if council is willing to, first of all, how they want to modify it. modification could include striking a full one of the propositions. So I mean, there's a lot of potential inside of that. We're the ones that have to put it to the vote. So we'll tee that up for the 27th. Okay.
Right.
Mr.
So what
Weaver.
will come before you is an ordinance calling the election that will have the ballot language in it for all of these propositions.
Right.
At that point, the council can work off that to amend them, delete them, or add one if you wish. So that's what will be coming to you on the next meeting, the 27th.
Ms. Joy.
How do we let people who are here today
Well, these
know that, oh, by the
proposals.
way,
Mhm.
we're going to change this before the second one?
Well, you'd have your first reading on the 27th if you
Mhm.
chose to. And then the second reading would be August the 10th.
Mhm.
So it'd be like any other ordinance. If between the first and the second reading, at the second reading, someone on the council wanted to change something or make an amendment, they could do so at that time and change the language. Or you could amend it at the first reading. You can amend it at both
But it could
readings.
be amended at the second reading as well.
Yes, it could.
But I think regardless of what, I think maybe what's most important to remember is regardless of what we do, it still has to be approved by the citizens for anything to happen.
That's correct. You're simply calling the election with the following ballot language.
Right.
And you will control the ballot language as to what is included or not included. And then, yes, it'll go to the voters and they'll make the final decision.
Thank you. Ms. Patterson Harris.
If I may be reminded of the other pieces that will be on there, not just from the city. Can we have Ms. Sims come back up and share that with us again, please? That's going to be a whole lot of stuff.
In November, there is a state constitutional election. So there are a number of propositions. I think that is correct. Again, as I said before, those will be numbered 1 through 8, and then whatever propositions the city decides to have on there would be after the state constitutional propositions, and then ours would be lettered.
That's a whole lot of stuff for citizens to have to contend with during that time. That's my point.
I was looking at it's a great point. I was looking at, I think it was Denton had 37. You and I looked at this, Jared. It seems like they had 37 separate propositions on charter cleanup in one election.
In that ballpark, I also believe Wichita Falls was in the low 20s.
Yeah.
Those both went in May of this year. I've had experience with one in the past that was 27.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, we will proceed in that manner. Let's move now to item 1.2 on our work session agenda. So future needs committee recommendations, follow-up, and the timeline around a potential bond election. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Council, Ms. McAkron is going to take us through a short presentation on this, kind of a wrap-up or a follow-up related to your certificate of obligation, the committee's recommendation from your prior meeting, and then we'll discuss timeline. Ms. McAkron?
Yes, if you will bear with me 1 second.
There you go.
There we go. Sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry, this looks so different today. I don't know how to enlarge it.
Mr. Brown, do you mind stepping up?
Yeah. This just looks very different. No,
I think that's a PDF of it.
I opened that one. But
Future needs was there.
Is this the future needs right here?
no. 1.2.
Apologies.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
You want to switch the inputs and I'll try to run it from here.
Give your own input, excuse me, not just, yes. There you go.
If you'll key me up, I will switch slides for you, ma'am.
Okay. It's okay. So it's on his controller. not mine. Okay. Okay. We'll go ahead and go. Okay. Last council meeting, I was before you and I had the privilege of presenting to you the Council Future Needs Committee report. And that was over the certificates of occupancy debt that you've already approved, as well as their recommendation on an arterial roadway program. And you will recall that their ultimate recommendation included a list of projects, as well as recommendation to call a bond election for this November. So today I'm going to briefly recap that information for you. And then per your request, I'm going to talk about what that timeline would be to call the bond election if we were to call it for this November. On this screen, very quick recap on the certificates of obligation. You have already approved those. They were sold on June 30th, I apologize. And they were sold at an average of 2.02%.
True interest cost.
Man, I'm all flustered now that this didn't go right. True interest cost. That was really well. Exactly. I need to take a breather. That was really well. Blue Kostelich said he was very pleased with how that went ultimately. This is the same list that we talked about last time with all of our recommended projects. You will remember that the Future Needs Committee picked projects that are across the entire city. So there's projects in every single district within the city of Lubbock. The total estimated project cost is $174,570,244. The committee's recommendation to you is to call a bond election for $174,575,000. And as a reminder, this was one of the questions that came up last time. The last bond election for street projects in the city of Lubbock was in 2009. Again, here's the map of all of the projects. Just want to draw your attention one more time to the fact that this covers every aspect of the city, every district in the city. This is an updated financial model. Again, this shows if we issue the full $174.6 million in debt, we will do it over, I believe, a 5-year period. I believe, is that right? This will be issued over a 5-year period in tranches. You will see here, this is the revised model, and this does include the certificates of obligation that were just recently issued, built into the model as well. But you will see that the total estimated peak impact on the tax rate is 2.01 cents.
And Mayor and Council, if I could add to that, that's the same number we looked at the last time. So 2 cents is the cost of the general obligation bond if it were to pass. The prior impact on the certificate of obligation is largely in your maintenance and operations, the day-to-day piece of the tax rate. And that's largely due to adding the fire companies that go in. 2 cents normally would not cover this amount of money. So what you are seeing here is the benefit primarily of the continued pay down that you have in your currently outstanding general obligation debt, and also the impact of the issuing it in 5 pieces rather than all at once and sitting on some of those dollars.
Mr. Griffith, you asked to keep that there. Is that, do you have a comment on that?
I really don't, other than I wanted everybody to really look at this and see the benefit of doing it now. But if we leave that up, Mayor, for just a minute, so everybody can analyze it. Again, it is a little, thank you for increasing it. But so yes, we have an increase, but it goes down quite rapidly. And as Mr. Atkinson is saying, not only do the 5 tranches help us, but the big benefit is that city debt roll-off helps us tremendously. So we've got a relatively stable tax rate for several years. Goes up a little bit. I hate to use the term bump, but it's a little bit of a bump, but it goes down quite rapidly. I think that's the real benefit. And I hopefully can speak for my great committee members that as we analyze the business model with Mr. Atkinson and Mr. Kostelich, that's the reason we recommend that we do this now.
Ms. Joy, your lights are.
Yes.
You want to speak to this slide?
Yes,
specifically?
it's to this
Okay,
slide
okay,
because what is built into this model is actually as those, I don't like that word tranches, so I'm just call it, yeah, distributions or whatever. There's an increase in the true interest cost beginning in the second year and then again in the third year, fourth and the fifth. So you're still able to maintain that rate, even though we may have to pay more when those are issued. You know, if we issued 100% of it today and you could get it for 2%, that's great. But that would affect your model dramatically
Yes.
to the point of how much, if you know.
We did that earlier. I did not bring it with me, but it would go up by several more pennies.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So,
The reason being you begin paying against the entirety of those
Right.
dollars all at once.
Scope of work will take years.
oh
Yes.
yeah, just if you go back to the slide about the roads and streets that we are proposing,
Mhm.
the one, the one you can read. Because I've had people talk to us and say, well, we need to finish 34th Street. Well, it's on here. We need to
Exactly.
do 114th Street. Well, it's on here. I hope people will look at the list and go, I get it. But we're trying to cover the entire city on that needs to be done. So we've done the best we can. Ms. Patterson Harris and Mr. Griffith and I have sat on this committee and we tried to do the best we could to get it done because it needs to be done. And I haven't talked to anybody who said to me, we don't need to redo our streets. Not a single person has said that. Now, is somebody going to say, I don't want a tax increase? They may, but it'll be the same person who would like to have their street fixed. Thank you.
Ms. McCacken, I think you've got one more slide. Is that
Just
right?
one. Yes, sir. Just one more. Okay. This is the timeline for calling a bond and or charter election. And thank you, Ms. Garza, for putting this together for us. Again, you'll see there the recommended period for calling the charter election is first step, and that is sometime starting between July 16th and August 6th. You've already talked about that. Wednesday, August 4th is the first day for ordering a bond election. And then it does need to be called no later than Monday, August 16th as well. And I'm assuming this will also take 2 reads to call that as well. So we need to figure out that timing. August 3rd through August 19th is our publication period, and we'll take care of that. Monday, October, let me get this right. Monday, October 4th is the last day to register to vote. Tuesday, October 12th is the first day that we must post this bond election notice on our website, as well as any places of voting. October 14th through October 29th are the early voting periods that we have every year. And then Tuesday, November 2nd is the uniform election date for the state of Texas. So of course, that will be our election date for this bond election, should you decide to call that.
Okay, so Ms. Garza, Mr. Atkinson, the timeline is a little bit different for a bond election than for the charter election. Is that my understanding?
Only to the fact that you can't call it any earlier than 90 days for the bond election. You can call it earlier than that for the charter election. As you can see, July 16th is, you could start calling it, but that's the only difference that I can see in this regard.
Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, I'd maybe offer some dates.
Yeah, let's,
So that we're
because
not looking at ranges.
because it's a pretty tight time frame, is the way it looks to me.
It
like,
is.
Right? Okay.
So, and just for sake of clarity, I'll continue with the discussion we had under the charter piece. So based on the prior discussion, you could make your first read, if you chose to, on calling a charter amendment election at your regular meeting of July the 27th. Regular meeting, July 27th,
2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today. To fit within the other statutory deadline, the not more than 90 days, you could consider the first reading of an ordinance to call the bond election, if you chose to do so, at a called meeting on August the 4th, which will actually coincide with your budget workshops as well. Then you would follow that up, if both of those are successful, or either, you would follow that up at your regular meeting of August the 10th with second reads of one or both of those items. Any that ultimately pass, you're on this track to go to the November election.
Ms. Garza, does that seem right, correct to you?
It does.
Okay.
Mhm.
And council, we have meetings scheduled for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of August, special meetings for budgets, I believe.
Mhm.
That sound correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll open the floor for questions for Ms. McCackern or comments about the, maybe I should start with Mr. Griffith. I know you made a few comments earlier. Do you have anything else to add as chairman of the Future Needs Committee? Okay. Ms. Patterson Harris, Ms. Joy, anything you want to add? Okay. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. To the committee, job well done. It's appreciated. We've needed this for many, many years. Comment, I've received a whole bunch of calls, all having to do with 34th Street, Avenue Q to I-27. Answered, asked and answered. Hope that those people are listening to what's going on today. If not, I've got their phone numbers. I'll be giving them a call, giving them an update. Thank you, Ms. McCracken. Good presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Mr. Christian.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank the committee for their work too, and as one of Mr. Griffith's Rhodes Scholars. We know that there's a great demand for overhauling a lot of streets and repairs but I want to speak specifically to the Broadway project. I know I've heard some little pushback on that around the city of why we're spending so much money to do that project and extend it all the way out to where it's proposed to be. I think we've been debating this Broadway project for a long time. I think it's high time that we get it rolling. And I really like the idea of pushing it all the way out to the East Lubbock, if you will, and underneath the bridge and the overpass or the tunnel there. I think it'll be a great addition to what we're trying to do with downtown and connecting downtown to one of the most beautiful parts of our city. I think there's a lot of marketing opportunities because of that. So with that said, Mr. Mayor, let's saddle up and ride and get this thing done.
Mr. Massagill. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Massagill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. No, I've said it once. I'll say it many times. The committee did great work. This is something that's way overdue. I think our last bond election that we invested in our streets was 09. That's too long. So we talk about a 2-penny impact, and that doesn't, a lot of people still don't understand those 2 pennies. So if we took the average priced home, which is what, about $150,000. And if I understand this correctly, it's about $9 a year. There, I see Blue shaking his head. So that's the tax, that's the impact. That's what what's that? What's,
Can't see him.
Put him on the spot.
I can see him clearly, but I know because he and I have had this conversation. So I just think it's important to understand where the rubber meets the road on this is, and so you can use $150,000 and, divide that into whatever size home or less you have. But it's $9 a year to the average homeowner.
You're talking about $150,000
Valuation.
valuations,
Right,
what you're
right,
talking
right.
about, right?
Yes,
Right.
Okay.
Okay, anything else from Ms. McCacken? I think, Mr. Atkinson, I think you've got your direction on this one.
Thank you.
Pretty clear, I think. Ms. Garza, thanks for your input. Jessica, thank you guys
Thank
for your
you.
work. Okay. Ms. Patterson Harris. You're on.
I'd like
You're
to
hot.
say thank you to my fellow committee members, Councilman Griffith and Councilwoman Latrell Joy. I think we did great work. And I think it was time well spent. Thank you.
Speaking of the Broadway project, I hope those of you who were at the 4th of July Broadway parade noticed that they actually started painting on the tunnel. If you haven't seen it, and what they've done looks really good. So progress is slow but sure.
Okay, council, we have, we're scheduled to have one more work session presentation today. We've taken considerably more time than we planned on. If it's okay with you, I don't want to cut the ARPA presentation short. We have a number of items in executive session also. So what I thought we might do is let Mr. Atkinson run through the presentation, but post this again for, we've said we're not going to get in a hurry. Post this again for the 27th. And just continue maybe with questions and comments at that time, if everybody's okay with that. Okay.
Okay.
Let's do that, Mr. Atkinson. I think it's important also, there's been some questions in the community. I've had questions. There certainly will be a citizen comment piece of this before we take action. And whether we style it as a listening session, whether we have a standalone event just for this, and we haven't decided that yet, but that is coming. So know that all these decisions have to be made in the light of day, and they will be made that way. And I think I know there's stakeholders in the room that have come and talked to us about this. I think you'll be pleased to see that your input is being considered. And so, Mr. Atkinson, if you take it away, please. We're going to go to your, are you going to run it from your input? Okay.
Okay, we will move quickly, repost as requested, and we'll bring Mr. Kostelich up next time. He has the good information and answers all the hard questions. Just real quick, council, one of the questions we had last time is what went on before? What other funds came out? So the first one we have on here, under the CARES Act, we generally referred to it as CRF, Coronavirus Relief Fund. That was your $14.1 million. Those dollars were all expended. They were drawn down. We did receive 100% of those monies. A large part of that dollar is actually sitting in your general fund reserve, and it's mainly from item number 1 up there. The remainder of those are largely dollars that were spent on third parties or were put in the public's hands to help them through the deal. The next one was Health Department. A little over 3.7 million came in through CARES. Community Development, and this is a very large number, 23 million. Note that of that 23 million, there's just a little over 253,000 that is remaining. It has not all gone out the door. It's all been contracted for and put into place for the long-term benefit, mainly under emergency rental assistance. So your community development department, they and their partners really worked very, very hard to help folks with this.
And these dollars are they're very prescriptive, very much in defined buckets,
That,
correct?
absolutely, Mayor. So you see the listing under program description. Each of those has pages and pages of restrictions, and the dollars do not move between those programs.
Thank you.
Still under the CARES Act, some money through the airport, some money through City Bus, total of 3.88 million. You see down on the bottom, 494,000, Bureau of Justice, some money that came through the South Plains Association of Government, and some money from TIFMAS. That's primarily related through fire that went back and was part of the vaccination program out at the National Guard Armory. Those are spent dollars. Remainder dollars, airport under this earlier distribution, just under 11 million. There are dollars programmed for next year's budget. You're going to look at an amendment later tonight for current year. City Bus has about 8 million remaining. There are dollars programmed into the next budget. You will see that in greater detail. I'll jump quickly into the American Rescue Plan, the current topic. We'll start with the state. The state of Texas has $16.7 billion that go direct to the state government. Those dollars at this point have not been allocated by the state. It has not been programmed into the state's budget to spend this. But you see on this page, it also is divided into numerous different programs. I think one I'm really excited to see move forward is under the education relief, and there's significant dollars there. Moving back to the city. So the city proper, the big picture city, is 56.6 million. It's what we talked about before. There are additional dollars coming into the health department. Again, the amounts on the page total $2 million. So we have COVID workforce development, prevention and immunization, completely new program to work on what they call health equity or health disparities. That's more looking at public health holistically across the entirety of your community, not less access or less opportunity in one place than in the other. So we're excited to get that. Community development is getting another 3.6 million. There's an additional 7 coming to the airport and an additional 6.6 that comes in to City Bus. And City Bus, where it says 5307 grant, that is their large operating grant that provides them the greatest flexibility and opportunity to do things. Reminder that there were 4 primary categories of eligible expenditures. This is also the point where we talk about the rule that we're working on is called the interim final rule. Fancy way of saying the federal government's not done. The guidance continues to be updated and changed. They're closing a comment period currently. I think it will become more discretionary to the local government, not less. I think it's going to get better, but they continue to work on that. One of the items is revenue replacement. We've talked about it previously. This is the mathematics that a city would look at if their revenues had been currently or projected to be reduced. This is what we benchmark ourselves against. This is a pretty complicated calculation. I'll show it here in just a minute. There is potential this will change, but we're going to show you today, what we have. So we're either allowed to project a growth rate of 4.1%. That would be based on fiscal years 17, 18, and 19, or whatever the actual revenue growth was for that period. Our actual revenue growth for the pre-COVID period was bigger than 4.1. It was the 6.38%. Now, point we need to be really cognizant. When this program talks about revenue replacement, it is not revenue replacement on a line item basis. So for example, we know last year sales tax ended up doing good. It hit its budget unexpectedly, but it did. We're glad. But we know that hot tax got nowhere close. We cannot look at hot tax and say, well, there's a negative, let's fill the bucket. Sales tax was okay, we need nothing here. What about water revenue, wastewater revenue, solid waste rate? Literally, you take the totality of all the revenue streams that a city receives, add them together in sum total. That's what you compare either the 4.1 or the 6.38% against. Go to the next page in a minute. You'll see some more detail. There's one I need to point out in the middle of the page. Our years are fiscal years. We use fiscal years to make the calculation of the 4.1 or the 6.38. This program from the federal government runs on calendar years. It's 3 months difference. You end up with a 1 15-month period, 25% more months. You add 25% to your rate of growth for that 1 year. It'll all zero back out to 12 months after that. Very confusing, appears to be illogical, at least to me. Sum total is total bottom line cumulative revenue. If you go over either the 6.38 or the 8.04%, that's the 15-month calculation, you don't get revenue replacement. If you go under, you get that amount. So what it looks like is this. I'll draw your attention to the far left, the 2019 base. That's the third year of the base calculations. Move over to the gray bar in the middle, the 2020. That's 15 months. So that is why it shows that huge spike. There's some other anomalies in it that we're looking at. We had a December of 2020, that there was a very large amount of the property tax that got paid in December when it typically gets paid in January. So what that means is you got more than a year's worth equivalency of property tax in 1 year. So that's part of it. Carry yourself over to the right on 2022, 2023. You see the notes there that based on the projections, there is a revenue reduction potential. Again, we'll true this up each year, and you see what those amounts would be. Those are sum totals. It's not revenue to this fund, that fund, or the other. It is sum total. So we'll continue to work on that. Blue and his team literally work on this every day, trying to keep up with the world as it changes there. Let's talk briefly about some opportunities. Try to be mindful of the time. Look over here. You've got on the left, could we do additional financial assistance to nonprofits to assist with items such as the health and the well-being of those experiencing homelessness? Absolutely. That fits very squarely. The guidance tells us to seek the opportunity to partner or to lever dollars. I think you've got a great one looking at you right here. Next one, partner organizations that provide enhanced mental health resources. Yes, and I think yes on some partnership opportunities as well. Collaborate with community partners to enhance and or to rehabilitate housing or to incentivize housing development in low to moderate income neighborhoods. That is eligible. I think that's one that takes a bit of time to develop properly. I think that's opportunity. Somebody mentioned the word transformational at our last meeting. You're kind of looking down the road on that. Broadband access is being pushed by numerous programs throughout the United States, the state of Texas. We've watched opportunities where cities have partnered with school districts. We've seen cities partner with counties. The state has money for broadband access. So another one that I think would take a bit of time to development. We have time, but provides great opportunities. Move on. We've talked about the public health facility, and this just punches almost every single box that's in the American Rescue Plan right here. So you'll see that come forward, council, when we get to your budget presentations, where we will put those costs into the ARPA money for you to review and consider to approve. Vaccinations, enhanced education for both the current, the future pandemic. We can use these dollars. You also have the dollars I referenced earlier that are coming straight to public health. So there is really a chance. The third one has a unique word we don't often use in public health, but holistic public health service. You take those together, plus the other funding that sits in the public health department. This is a chance to really change how we deliver those services. And to me, I think the focus needs to be on prevention. We can go a lot farther with that than we've been able to in the past. This page, these represent some infrastructure opportunities. The first one is got big fancy words, mechanical zone pressurization of systems. This is your elevated storage tank project. We're exploring the possibility of funding one, potentially two of those tanks through this. really because in the future it provides rate relief to be able to do that. The next is funding replacement for police and fire vehicles. The third are cybersecurity efforts, both for our network and some of the physical infrastructure that's associated. Council, as we finalize those, again, those will all come to you in great detail through your budgets, and you'll have a chance to review and consider those as well. Some transit. We've had a tremendous ongoing rehabilitation program at the Lubbock Preston Smith International Airport. If there are other opportunities to really kind of do those final items out there that we were not able to previously afford, it is eligible if you choose to do so. We see the same potential opportunity as it relates to your city bus system. So you'll see on your agenda later tonight, we're going to ask you to allow us to purchase some more of those small vans that are being used kind of in the demand system, the on-demand system. We think there's other opportunities. City Bus is exploring those right now. The final one on this page, and please note this is not a sum total of opportunity. These are just ones we were able to put forward today. There's others. This one is really partnering with your arts and your entertainment community, your travel, your tourism, your hospitality. National Endowment for the Arts has money that is to come direct to the arts community. You have the chance to partner with some of Lubbock's ARPA money. You also have state money that was in that $16.7 billion that we saw on the earlier slides. So I guess if I was to kind of wrap this up, this is the next to last slide on here. There's a lot of opportunity to really make some differences, to fund some programs that I think, and let me rephrase that, fund projects is what we really need to focus on, not programs. But to fund projects that I know the council's been interested in past years during your strategic planning sessions, that prior to there just has not really existed a viable source. So Mayor, with that, I believe I've left us with about 15 minutes. I'll take a question or two at your call or move to the next.
Council, I think we probably, with your agreement, we'll just hold questions for next time and just got a chance to get with staff, with Mr. Atkinson, Mr. Kostelich between now and then. We won't be posted to make decisions next time, but we will have ample discussion about it on the 27th. Okay. Let's go back to our agenda for this evening. We don't have any pulls to my knowledge for the consent agenda. Is that, Council, is that correct? We do have an item that's been asked, the proponent has asked us to take off. That's item 7.3. We will not be considering item 7.3 tonight. Okay. I believe that concludes our executive session. Excuse me, our work session. We will hold executive session for the day for the purpose of consulting with staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreements, and to hold consultation with attorneys under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property under section 551.072 of that code, to discuss personnel matters under section 551.074 of the same code, and finally, to discuss competitive matters of the public power utilities under section 551.086 of the Texas Government Code. It is, pardon me, it's 2:48. Lubbock City Council is recessed to executive session. Good evening. It's 5:08. I'll call the Lubbock City Council back in session. We've returned from executive session. We're going to start with our ceremonial items, and following that, we'll have our regular meeting. Thank you for being here this evening. It is Tuesday, the 13th of July, 2021. And this is the first meeting of, first scheduled meeting of this month of the Lubbock City Council. Our ceremonial items will begin tonight. We'll start with our invocation, followed by our pledges. Our invocation tonight will be led by Dr. Andy Hurst with St. Luke's United Methodist. Dr. Hurst is no stranger to opening our meetings with prayer. We're so glad you're here tonight. Following his prayer, the Mayor Pro Tem will lead us in the pledges. If you would all please stand. Dr. Hurst.
Father God, we thank you for the leaders of our community. We thank you for their continual investments and sacrifices for the sake of our city, including back-to-back meetings on a long, hot day in July. Lord Jesus, in these most interesting and most challenging of days, we have all been reminded of our need for your intervention, our need for your guidance, and our need for your provision. We've all been reminded both of our fragility and our fallenness. We have all been reminded of how great our need is for you and how great our need is for your justice and your peace and your wisdom to prevail and provide the definitive direction for our present and our future here in Lubbock. Lord God, guide the discussions and deliberations of this council this afternoon, this evening. Give them clarity and discernment about budgets and right-of-ways and health services and economic development. Clarity and discernment that will be beneficial for all persons of our city. Lord, we in our great city of Lubbock are grateful, thankful for all the many, many blessings that you have given us. Lord, we thank you for this Citizens Tower. We thank you for all the rain this summer. We thank you for those who protect and serve and risk their lives for our city. Thank you for those who work for racial reconciliation and economic justice in our city. Thank you for all the many programs that are bringing food to the hungry, hope to the struggling, and opportunity to those in need. Keep up your good work in us, O Lord, and keep us ever humble and dependent upon you. Bless and protect our leaders here tonight and in all days to come, so that they can continue to be a blessing to you and to our city. It's in you we trust, O Lord, now and always, Jesus. We are yours. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst. Please join me in the pledges to the American and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Dr. Hurst. We appreciate it. It seems to me like our meetings always go better when the Methodist opens with prayer. So we'll see. We'll see how that works tonight. Okay. Yeah. Y'all just work. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. I knew that might draw some comments up here. So, all right, we've got a couple special, very special recognitions tonight. We'll start with a recognition that we get to do on an annual basis, recognizing the Lubbock Arts Alliance and this year's Lubbock Arts Festival. And I've asked Councilman Griffith, probably the most artsy member of our council, to do the honors. No singing, okay?
And by the way, that is correct, Mayor. Thank you for bringing that up.
The true purpose, right?
Every year, this community, entire community is passionate about art. We've been so blessed, the growth of arts. Elizabeth, will you please come up? First of all, Elizabeth Regner is the most passionate citizen and leader in the arts community. For many years, you have been fantastic. We're very excited about the Arts Festival again this year. Would you go ahead and share with everyone some of the exciting components of this year's festival?
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much. And yes, I do agree. He is the artsiest member of the city council, but several of you are, right up there, very, very close. So the 43rd Annual Lubbock Arts Festival will be next weekend, July 24th and 25th at the Lubbock Memorial Civic Center. Now, usually we do this proclamation in April, but because the Civic Center was a COVID vaccination hub, the event has actually been moved to July. And so we're going to start off the event. It's going to be Saturday, July 24th from 11 in the morning till 6 in the evening, and then Sunday from noon until 5. We're bringing in artists from all over the country to show and sell their work. We have different performance stages. We have a wonderful children's art area with all sorts of great free make and take art activities. And we are so thankful to the mayor and to the city council for your continued support. And all of this can be enjoyed by any citizen in Lubbock. It's a $5 admission fee for adults and children 12 and under for free. You can see a complete schedule of events and more information at LubbockArtsFestival.org.
And I believe we have a video, don't we?
We have a video.
You want to run it before your proclamation? You want to do that or?
Do we have video?
Mike, you know what you're doing there? Okay, good.
If not, I can help.
He is artsy.
This is true. You know what?
Mayor, if you could turn up the sound.
Say again?
Unmute the video.
I'm so glad you know.
If you'd like to say that, I think that'd be
Just unmute it. If you turn,
While we're waiting, two components of this year's festival that are worth mentioning, I believe. Ashton Thornhill is one of the greatest photographers, and I have some of his pieces, but he is truly one of the greatest photographers we've ever had in Texas. And he is the featured artist. Also honored is Miss Lou D. Kemper, who has been a philanthropist here for many years. A lot of you know Lou, and thank you for recognizing her.
Of course, of course.
it's in. Still not, it's still muted, Mayor. Video. Video.
Shall we try that again?
Mayor Pro Tem, why don't you read the proclamation while we work, while see if we can't get the video fixed or the audio
Okay.
fixed.
So while we're going to get this corrected, but Elizabeth, let me go ahead and read the special rec. Whereas the 43rd Annual Lubbock Arts Festival encourages individual self-expression and provides a unique opportunity for local, regional, and national artists to exhibit their work and be recognized for their creative endeavors in the largest fine art and fine craft event in West Texas. And whereas the Lubbock Arts Festival is a Lubbock tradition that over 2 days showcases a variety of artwork in a vast array of mediums, provides a number of wonderful free children's activities, and features a wide range of musical, theatrical, and dance performances on several civic center venues. And whereas the Lubbock Arts Festival is out of this world, a celebration of outer space, astronauts, and space travel, as this year's event and will feature an exhibit of work inspired by NASA's space program from artists including Alan Bean, Norman Rockwell, Robert Rauschenberg, Paul Colley, and others. And whereas this year's Lubbock Arts Festival includes 75 visual artists from around the nation who will display and sell original paintings, drawings, pottery, fiber, jewelry, glass, wood, and sculptures. The festival will also include live demonstrations by artists creating their works, 10 kid shops providing free take-home activities for children, performance stages for actors, singers, musicians, and dancers, and the work of featured artist and renowned photographer, photojournalist, and Professor Ashton Thornhill. And where it is fitting to recognize the Lubbock Arts Festival as we celebrate 43 years of organizing an incredible event that showcases excellent visual and performance art for our city and our region. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city council of the great city of Lubbock, do hereby recognize July 24th and 25th, 2021 as Lubbock Arts Festival Weekend in Lubbock and encourage all citizens to attend and experience this year's Lubbock Arts Festival and support this special event that continues to foster the creation, understanding, and enjoyment of the arts. Dated the 13th day of July, 2021, signed by the mayor, all the members of our council. Elizabeth, thank you again for your passion, your service to our community in this very proudful art community. We get a picture?
Okay. And the pop rocks.
What?
And the pop rocks.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, we're going to give it one more try on the video, and if not, we're going to move along.
Presents the 43rd Annual Lubbock Arts Festival, July 24th to 25th. This year, the Art Festival is going out of this world with a special exhibit of astronauts and space travel. Be sure to check out the photography of featured artist Ashton Thornhill. The fun is never ending with more than 75 artists and performers and a children's art area with free projects. Tickets on sale now at selectaseatlubbock.com. Don't miss the Lubbock Art Festival presented by United Supermarkets, July 24th to 25th at the Lubbock Memorial Civic Center.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our second special recognition this month is in honor of, or in recognition of the Golf Cart Safety Awareness Month. And we've been doing that now for, I guess, 5 summers in July. And I'm joined by Tim Siegel, the Executive Director of Team Luke Hope for Minds. Tim is no stranger to many people in our community, spent many, many years as the tennis coach at Texas Tech University. And he and his family have been active in Lubbock for a long time. And Tim's going to tell you his story right now, and then I'm going to read the special recognition. So, Tim, the microphone's yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pope and the City Council. July is Golf Cart Safety Awareness Month. My son Luke was in a golf cart accident July 28, 2015. I want to read a few quotes to you. My son is a safe driver. My son would never have more than one person on the golf cart. My daughter always looks out for cars and never drives fast. My son is never allowed to let anyone else drive the golf carts. These are quotes I've seen, I've heard. The question, though, is how do they know? How do parents know? You know, when I was growing up, neighbors used to be around for other neighbors. They would look out for their neighbors. They would also make sure that if a parent saw a child being unsafe, they weren't afraid to say something. Maybe today, times have changed. They don't want to offend people. But you can and you should make a difference in your neighborhood. I have 3 quick things I want to bring up. Number 1 is to educate and observe. Educate people about golf cart safety. the dangers of golf carts. Observe, make sure you're watching, you're seeing what's out there. The second thing, suggest helmets and seatbelts. I see so many golf carts where they're neither. The third simply is to say something. If you see something, say something. Our nonprofit, Team Luke Hope for Minds, has granted over $250,000 just this year. We've given families financial support, a lot of different things that we're helping families. Injuries from golf carts, injuries from non-fatal drownings, car accidents, accidents at home. Just this month, we've seen 3 or 4 families who have suffered all around the country from a golf cart accident. I would want to know if my child were reckless and careless, wouldn't you? If that happened to Luke 6 years ago, if someone had said something to Luke or to others, there's a very good chance that Luke would have been Luke would have been playing baseball last weekend instead of watching baseball in his wheelchair. Thank you very much.
Tim, I want to acknowledge first the effort that you've poured into creating awareness with golf carts, and maybe more importantly, how you and your board have touched so many other lives, because you and Jenny learned so much with what you and your family went through, and to take that and make an impact on other families is certainly something you don't have to do. And I think it's truly shows, a lot about who you are. And so I think it's worth recognizing. So we've got this special recognition from the city of Lubbock. Whereas though widely used, golf carts are not an acceptable means of transportation for children, teenagers, or adults who do not have a valid state driver's license. And whereas each year there are approximately 15,000 golf cart related accidents that require emergency room treatment for the driver or occupants. Tragically, there's one golf cart related death occurring every week in the United States. And whereas children are at the highest risk of being fatally injured in a golf cart related accident. Sadly, children are injured in 1/3 of all golf cart related accidents, and the average rate of traumatic brain injuries among these children is more than 3 times higher than that of adults in golf cart related accidents. Whereas Texas state law governs the operation of golf carts, and the Lubbock Police Department enforces these golf cart laws in an effort to prevent injury to our children and our residents, and to keep our Lubbock roadways safe. And whereas it is fitting during the summer months when children are out of school and busy outdoors to create awareness and to remind and warn parents and the general public about the dangers of children operating golf carts. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize Team Luke Hope for Minds for their tireless advocacy in promoting golf cart safety awareness, as well as for their mission to enrich the lives of children with a brain injury and to give hope to their families through support and education. Now, therefore, we, the mayor of the city council of the great city of Lubbock, do hereby declare the month of July 2021 as Golf Cart Safety Awareness Month in Lubbock, and ask all citizens to know the state laws restricting who can operate a golf cart, and to create greater public awareness of the dangers of children driving and being passengers in golf carts. Dated this 13th day of July, 2021, signed by the mayor and the members of the Lubbock City Council. Tim, before you go, you've got guests. Why don't you introduce Luke's here, but introduce who's with you here tonight.
Tony Burns is one of our board members. We have 15 board members all around the region, and Tony's here. Thank you so much for your support. And then I am blessed not only to have 3 amazing daughters and an incredible wife, and my hero, Luke, there, who's now 15 years old, but also I'm blessed to have Luke's angel, otherwise known as Cindy, our incredible nurse. So thank you, Cindy, for all you do.
It's 5:29. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order in our regular meeting as scheduled for this evening. Our first item on the agenda is item number 4, citizen comments. We've had no citizens sign up to comment live tonight. We had one citizen who emailed comments in. However, they were on a discussion topic in work session, not something that we were scheduled to take action on. Those comments will be forwarded. I think they have been forwarded to the council, all of us, and you'll be able to see those comments. We will move now to the minutes, number 5 on our agenda. They begin on page 54. Our agenda book this month includes 5 sets of minutes. The May 18, 2021 special city council meeting at the Electric Utility Board. The May 26, 2021 special city council meeting at the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance meeting. The May 27 special city council meeting, once again, the Electric Utility Board. The June 8, 2021 regular city council meeting and the June 21st, 2021 special city council meeting. Council, you've seen those minutes. Is there a motion to begin consideration?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Council, are there additions or corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the floor to approve the minutes as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. The consent agenda is item 6 tonight. The consent agenda is comprised of items considered to be routine that are enacted by one motion without separate discussion. If the city council desires to discuss an item individually, that item is removed from the consent agenda and is considered separately. Tonight, we have no pulls from the consent agenda. I'll open the floor for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. Our regular agenda begins with item 7.1, and it begins on page 338. Item 7.1 is our board appointment item, which comes from the city secretary's office, and council, by council rules, we do the bulk of our appointments at the first meeting of every quarter. And we have a rotating council subcommittee that works with the city secretary's office and our appointments advisory board to bring us a slate of appointments and reappointments. And tonight we'll be going through a number of those, about a quarter of our city boards. And so I will be moving across the dais, asking for motions so we can take action on this work. We'll start with the Appointments Advisory Board itself. Mr. Massengale, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I do. I make a motion to reappoint the following individuals to the Appointments Advisory Board: Christy Laverty, Margaret Randall, Abigail Cioli, and Brett Underwood. And I would further make a motion to appoint Ryan Henry to the Appointments Advisory Board.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Massengale. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. We've got a motion and a second on the appointments on these reappointments and new appointment to the Appointments Advisory Board. It's a lot of appointments in that sense. Are there any comments or questions, council? Okay, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. And we'll now move to the Building Board of Appeals. Mr. Griffith, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On the Building Board of Appeals, I'd like to reappoint Alex Salter and Jeremy Steen, and also appoint Russell Toma Jr. to the structural engineer position.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale. So that's reappointing Mr. Steen in the Realtor slot, Mr. Salter in the alternate slot, and appointing Mr. Toma to the structural engineer position.
Yes.
Okay. Council, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Next is the Canadian River Municipal Water Authority Board of Directors. Mr. Christian, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to reappoint James Collins to the Canadian River Municipal Water Authority Board of Directors.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Thank you for the motion. The second from Ms. Joy. Are there questions on the dais on that motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. We'll now move to the Citizens Traffic Commission. Mr. Chavez, can you help me with a motion here?
Certainly, Mayor. I would like to nominate Dr. Patricia Francis Johnson and Carlos Mireles and reappoint Carrie Miller to the Citizens Traffic Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Okay, we've got a motion to appoint two new citizens and reappoint one citizen to the Citizens Traffic Commission. Are there questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor of Mr. Chavis's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that very same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Ms. Patterson Harris, can you help us with a motion to the Civic Lubbock Inc. Board of Directors?
Yes, sir, I will. I make a motion that we reappoint three great individuals, James Epler, Sammy Prather, and Benita Woods Holmes to the Civic Lubbock Inc. Board of Directors.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris, for that motion, and Mr. Griffith for that second. Is there any discussion on this, council? All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to the Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee. Ms. Joy, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you. I move to appoint Dr. Nathaniel Wright to the Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chidas. Is there any discussion on this motion? All those in favor of the motion to appoint Dr. Nathaniel Wright to the Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that very same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Ms. Joy, I'll stick with you. Would you provide a motion for the Lubbock Water Advisory Commission?
Move to reappoint Dr. Melanie Barnes and Steve Barrett to the Lubbock Water Advisory Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Joy, for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chidas. Is there discussion on this motion? All those in favor of the motion, as Ms. Joy's motion regarding the Lubbock Water Advisory Commission reappointments, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that very same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Massengale, can you help with a motion regarding the Permit and License Appeal Board?
Certainly, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to reappoint these three individuals: Cecile Garcia, Chad Hasty, and Brooks Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale, for the motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there any discussion on this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. And finally, Mr. Griffith, could you help with the motion on planning and zoning?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Move to appoint Avaraj Patel to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Mr. Patel to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is there discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that very same sign? That motion carries 7-0. That concludes our board appointments. Council, thank you very much. Becky and Courtney, thank you guys for your work on this, and please share our thanks with the Appointments Advisory Board for their ongoing, really very good efforts. Okay, we'll move now to item 7.2. 7.2 is a public, it's a zone case. It comes to us on a first read tonight, which will include a public hearing. It begins on page 416. This zone case is 3298C. And I'll turn the podium over to, or turn the microphone over to Brian Ashram, our Director of Planning, and he will give us an overview of this. Brian?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So item 7.2 is case 3298C for Ford Development, represented tonight by Hugo Reed and Associates. The request is to rezone property from two-family district R2 with a specific use to restricted local retail district C2A, located at 3726 and 3716 146th Street. Staff sent out 9 notifications and received none in support and 1 in opposition. That 1 letter of opposition was sent in to us from outside of the notification boundary, so it didn't affect that map. We also had 2 individuals that spoke in opposition to the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. Their opposition focused on traffic concerns, potential land uses, concerns for the animals that they keep on their property, as well as dirt that's created by the development. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located north of 146th Street and east of Memphis Avenue. Again, the site is currently zoned R2 specific use, with R2 to the east, R1 specific use to the north, C2A to the west, and transition to the south. The future land use map calls for low density residential in this area. And here we have some subject site photos as well as some photos of the surrounding area. While the future land use map does call for low density residential in this area, the request is at the intersection of a collector and an arterial street, which would be appropriate for C2A zoning. It's also consistent with the zoning ordinance and other zoning already established in the area, with C2 already in place, or C2A already in place to the west. The proposed zoning is also compatible with the surrounding area and land uses and will not change the character of existing or future development, and it's suitable for the intersection of these 2 thoroughfares. With that, staff recommended approval of the request, and Planning and Zoning Commission also recommends approval by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, this is the only first read we have tonight of a zone case. So if it pleases you, we'll go ahead and take care of this one right now. Why don't we start with, Mr. Isom, we'll let you sit down and we'll call you, we reserve the right to call you back, but we will open the public hearing for item 7.2. That's zone case 3298C. I'll invite anyone that would like to speak on this case to come forward, whether you're in favor or in opposition. We'd like to hear from you. Mr. Holman, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Terry Holman with Hugo Reed and Associates. We're at 1601 Avenue N. I think Mr. Isom laid it out very nicely. I'll give you a little bit of history on this particular location, which may help your thought process. We originally included this in a comprehensive zone case for the entire Kelsey Park development back in 2016. At the time we started off with R2 zoning, we felt like that might be a good fit for this location. Since that time, the property to the west of us has been zoned C2A. And since that time, the property south of them, catacorner to us, was zone C2A. So as everything in this area has matured, we felt like now might be the time for us to try to get our corner as C2A as well. We don't have any specific development plans for the site. We just wanted to frankly get it teed up for very light retail, which is what you would find in C2A. With that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Holman? Are those warehouses just due east? Is that
The
right?
warehouses are immediately east of us. Yes, sir. Those were built prior to annexation. They came in legal non-conforming. So I'm glad you touched on that because that's a bit of a conundrum for us. We've always had a difficult time as to what do we fit in that little corner.
Well, I think in that case, what you're doing here makes potentially more sense than residential. right?
It helps unisolate the warehouses. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I often pay attention to what the citizens say that their concerns are. And I think with the zone request, the concern for nightclub won't be an issue here.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think the other had to do with some type of lighting. And I know this is just strictly a zone case. Just wanted to make sure that those things were noted so that whatever goes there is good neighbors.
Yes, ma'am. The lighting standards have gotten better over the years. I think the thoroughfare lighting and the lighting from the neighborhood going on to the west, I think will be as much of an impact as anything.
Okay, anything else from Mr. Holman?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Other citizens that would like to speak in favor or in opposition? We don't have anyone that's raised their hand on Zoom to speak. Anyone else? I'll close the public hearing on item 7.2 and open the floor for a motion. Thank you, Mr. Massigal. Thank you, Mr. Chidas. So council, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 7.2 on first reading. Is there further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Just as information, council's aware, but item 7.3 has been taken off the agenda tonight by the request of the proponent. So we will not be considering item 7.3. We will now move to item 7.4. Item 7.4 is on page 3430, zone case 3435. It's on page 454. Mr. Isom will give us a quick overview. Mr. Isom.
Item 7.4 is case 3435 for Heartbeat Midwifery, represented by Studio 44. The request is to rezone property from General Retail District C3 and C3 specific use to apartment medical AM at 4413 4th Street and 415 Raleigh Avenue. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located south of 4th Street and east of Raleigh Avenue. Staff recommended approval of this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request, and the City Council approved first reading by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Brian. Open the floor for a motion to begin consideration of item 7.4. Ms. Joy? Thank you for that motion, Ms. Joy. Mr. Chattis, can I take that as a second? A motion and a second on item 7.4. Council, is there discussion?
Nothing other than this is a very good use of this property. That's a very good area. And I'm happy to see them coming in.
Yeah, takes that triangle too.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's good. Anything else? All right, we have a motion and a second on item 7.4, zone case 3435. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that very same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, next we have another item from planning, item 7.5. Item 7.5 it begins on page 467. And this is a voluntary annexation agreement. So for the first step in one of these, Mr. Isom will detail us on more of that momentarily. Brian?
So item 7.5 is for the city council to consider a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an annexation agreement with Starlight Development LLC for approximately 552.51 acres located in section 10, block AK of Lubbock County. This site is located southwest of the Frankfurt Avenue and 146th Street intersection. And you can see in this map, it's adjacent to our current city limits. Here we have some recently completed and ongoing capital projects that are in the area. And most of what you'll see these are provided by our Public Works Department. And most of what you'll see are some unpaved road projects that have recently been paved or are currently being paved. The current project, I believe, is in green, and the darker blue projects have been completed. We also have in the yellow would be the future construction of Loop 88. And then in the what I would consider turquoise or teal color is phase 3 of the South Lubbock Sewer Project. So with that, we presented you all with the service plan, and if you have any questions, staff is available.
So Mr. Isom, take us through the process that we'll follow on this, just as a reminder. We've done this a number of times, but it's always, they're a little bit different. And how does this petition voluntary annexation work?
So now we are not allowed to go out and annex property. They have to be petitioned. So the applicant, or in this case, Thomas Payne, has submitted a petition to annex this property. So the first thing that staff does is we put together the service plan. The service plan has to be adopted by city council first through the resolution. Then next, we will have the public hearings for the annexations. There's 2 readings. The first one is the public hearing, and then the second one will be just the typical second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, questions for Mr. Isom?
So I guess. this
Ms.
would be-
Joy?
would Be a question for the developer, probably.
Okay, let's get a motion before we bring
Yeah.
up anything for Ms. Patterson. Do you have something for Mr. Isom?
I was just trying to really key in on the actual roads that this entails. And I know they're the county roads, what such and such, but that doesn't mean anything to me.
So you have Frankfurt to the east,
Uh-huh.
and then you'll have 146th Street to the north. So it's in-
146, yeah, I see that one, but, okay, so Frankfurt, 146, and to the west is. Okay,
Milwaukee. It would be
Milwaukee, that is
Milwaukee,
Milwaukee,
yes.
okay. Okay, and then to the south,
I believe that's Woodrow Road.
that's Woodrow. Okay, I see it over there in the corner, okay. Okay, thank you, that's what I need, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. We may bring you back in a moment. Let's open the floor for a motion on item 7.5. Thank you for that motion, Mr.
Second.
I think I got a motion I got
You get
3
both.
motions.
Okay.
I'm gonna take Mr. Christian's motion and Mr. Massingale's second. Is that okay with you guys? Okay, now we have a motion and second. We have a motion on the floor. I believe that Ms. Joy would like to ask the developer to come forward. Mr. Payne?
Mayor, Council, Thomas Payne. I live at 15309 FM 1730. I'm the owner of Starlight Development, and rather than talk, I'll be quiet and answer any questions you have. I sense Ms. Joy has one.
Well, first of all, I love the name Starlight. I think that's really, really kind of neat. But secondly, because of the way this is laid out and what they're showing us, talk to us about the development, the water, the sewer, the roads, give us that information. We can read, but it's much better when it comes from the
Sure.
person who's doing it.
Thank you. So you can see on the graphic that the current city limits already extend into this section of land. So this is just an extension of the current city limits, somewhat to the west and mostly to the south, stopping on the north side of Woodrow Road, the west side of Frankfurt, and extending to the current city limits to the north. To the west, that would be a future extension of Milwaukee Avenue. Right now, it's not really even a turn row, it's just a dirt field. But in the future, it would be an extension of Milwaukee Avenue. This annexation actually stops short of the future right-of-way line of Milwaukee. So this annexation request doesn't carry with it any requirement on the part of the city to spend money on infrastructure. There's a plan in place to construct a lift station at more or less the southwest portion of this land and extend a force main north up to the just completed extension of the South Sanitary Sewer Line. It was on a graphic that Mr. Eichmann had up a little bit ago. It's located at basically 135th Street in Frankfurt. So this would extend a force main up to that point, and that lift station will be designed to serve this piece of land and will have capacities to serve some additional land as well.
All right, we
And
always,
and who pays for that lift station?
That will all be an expense of the developer and any friends he can enlist to help him with that. I don't have any names on that list currently. But
I just wanna make sure that
the city of Lubbock is not on that list.
We know
Names
that
of
and you
my
know that, but I
friends.
think it's
Yes.
important that we always remind folks that that's how it works.
Absolutely. This annexation request does not carry with it any requirement on the part of the city to spend any money on infrastructure, water, sewer, or roads.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Payne,
Sir.
I also like Starlight.
Thank you.
Let's talk about water for just a minute. This is mainly residential development.
It will be, yes, sir.
Will people be allowed to drill their own wells?
So this would be a kind of standard procedure in the city of Lubbock right now. Owners of residential lots in general can drill what's generally referred to as a house well for irrigation. I'm not far enough along yet. It is possible to place a restriction against drilling house wells. That would be via a deed restriction. I haven't gotten far enough along yet to consider that. That's not customarily done. I don't have any particular reason to think I'll do it here, but I'm not far enough along to say for sure.
We know, it's very common knowledge that to the east of your property, Highland Oaks has had serious water issues.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the lift station that obviously is on your checkbook. Is that when you said opportunity to sell other water, do you mean outside of this development?
I think we had a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to say anything about selling water. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I apologize.
I think he said the lift station would be enough to support both this development and
And,
some
maybe-
additional
okay.
land
I
with
apologize.
sewer service. Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. So my next question is, and like I say, there's been concerns because of the Highland Oaks
Yes.
issues. What about future water conservation plans for this development?
So again, you're way out in front of me. I can tell you
That's a
that-
first.
No, it's not. You've been in front of me since junior high school. I can tell you that the reason that I'm requesting annexation of the entirety of this piece of land is I specifically will not develop any 1 acre lots in the city limits or out of the city limits that would require the use of underground water or a water well. So all of the lots in this subdivision will be connected to and have access to city water for their potable water needs, for sure.
I'm just concerned about future as we add that, and something obviously that's front and center nationwide is water conservation. And how we go forward with developments,
Yes, sir.
to me, is very, very important. This council's been very good about water and how important it is our charge to take care of current city limits. And so adding is a little bit of concern to me. I hope that you will address water conservation and the need as we go forward with developments everywhere. That should be a primary focus.
I agree, and certainly it will be. There's a much larger picture that I'll discuss with the council in the future that involves a lot more than just this isolated piece of land. But certainly that's part of the entirety of master planning development at this point in time in Lubbock and everywhere. I mean, we're all cognizant that it is an issue. I think that in terms of Highland Oaks, the effect on Highland Oaks of developing this piece of land in the city on city water is going to certainly minimize any effects on Highland Oaks compared to doing another 1 acre in the county development that requires every house to have a water well for not only irrigation, but potable use. It also will serve to extend city water service south down Frankfurt Avenue, along Frankfurt Avenue to essentially to Woodrow Road. And so it does present some interesting possibilities for the future.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had hit my button, and as the questions came, it gave me some relief. It's no secret that annexations to this city aren't my favorite topic, but given that it's on your dime, Mr. Payne, then I don't mind. Because knowing that we've always talked about so many of the things that need to be done in the areas that the city has in its boundaries as it is, taking in something else that we'd have to be responsible for. I appreciate the fact that you've got your pen out and they're going to be taking care of those things. So with that, I say that I don't have a problem with supporting it today, because otherwise it's no secret. It is the issue with me, but there's some things that the city has and the council has begun to put in place to address some of those things. So that makes me happy as well.
Thank you so much. I do have my pen in hand in case you need me to sign something. And I will say this, I am, and I think everyone knows this, at least everyone on the council knows this. I am very well aware of the cost of development and the cost that sometimes is shared with the city or required to be borne by the city. And so when I come forward with these requests, it is with that awareness and a plan that does not require the city to spend money in order for me to be able to develop my land. I will mention that the recent adoption of impact fees in the city is important, very important in this picture. It gives developers a means by which thoroughfares can be built without necessarily requiring expenditure by the city. So there are now some mechanisms in place that give us some better options about developing land like this that will require some thoroughfare development over time. Yes, ma'am.
What was it you said, Ms. Patterson Harris? If it's on your dime? No, you said if it's on your dime, it's off my mind or something like that. Yeah, it's like poetic in some ways.
I'm going to use that in the future if that's all right.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Payne while we have him here? Okay, thank you, sir.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I'm going to add one thing.
Sure.
I just want to kind of echo a point that was made earlier. Because of changes that have been made in state laws that have made it extremely difficult for cities to grow via annexation that is initiated by cities, the mechanism of growth for cities in the state of Texas going forward is going to be this mechanism where we have petitioned annexations that are requested by landowners. I think it's important to kind of bear that in mind as we go forward with a lot of things. The city has lost one of the mechanisms to grow that has always been available to it. And I think it's important that we provide for the continued growth of the city.
Well said, Mr. Payne.
Did you talk to your legislators about that?
Well, I have written letters. I haven't spoken to them, but I have written letters. And since you asked, I mean, I'll say this: I think that the new laws are not helpful at all to the future of everyone. I don't think it's a good thing to force development in counties surrounding cities and thereby imprison the city, make it difficult for the city to grow. Generally speaking, the cities are where the funds reside to do things like build infrastructure that embrace growth. And if we force all the growth into the county and on water wells, that goes right back around to Mr. Griffith's point about water conservation and the effects on that. So I'm certainly an unabashed supporter of the idea of annexation and growth within the city. I have one development, which is Verado, that is outside the city limits, that I purchased long after it began life. But in general, I don't seek to develop land in the county, and specifically for the reason of water.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, council, we've got a motion and a second to approve the plan, the first step in this voluntary annexation. Is there further discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? All right, motion carries 7-0. Move now to item 7.6. It's on page 480. And to begin discussion, is there a motion? Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Thank you, Mr. Chattis. So Mr. Atkinson, it's got you on this one. It's we'll go to you. We may get a little bit from the city secretary also on this, but if you'd like to get a little background on this item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Be glad to do so. So the item before you in 7.6 is directly related to the requirements to have membership on the Building Board of Appeals. So the Building Board of Appeals specifies currently certain positions that must be held by an individual meeting certain qualifications. Example, a member of the West Texas Home Builders Association, active architect, structural engineer, commercial contractor, realtor, etc. It also currently requires membership by an active master plumber and an active master electrician. The amendment that is in front of you would take away the requirement that the plumbing slot and the electrical slot is occupied by a master. It would still require a licensed plumber and a licensed electrician, but not that they hold the master's license. By doing so, we believe that the universe from which the city council is able to choose these members will really expand greatly. These are difficult positions to fill.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Ms. Garza, you want to add to this? I know that you probably would reiterate, but from your perspective, you want to, is anything else to add to that?
He's exactly correct. We have had a hard time finding a master plumber. Our building industry in Lubbock is awfully busy. And I think this just gives us more of a pool to find someone to recommend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza, Mr. Atkinson. Thank you to the legal team for drafting this up. Council, is there discussion on this motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion on the floor to approve item 7.6 on first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Zelinski didn't even have to come up. He was sitting back there like, ready to go. But, they did Jared did such a good job explaining it. So, okay, we'll move now to item 7.7. Yeah, we got a motion before we begin to, but we got before we begin to. We got it. Yeah, no, that's good. Always good to check. Sheila for the motion, Juan for the second, I believe. Yes. Well, you're in fine form tonight. Okay, we'll move to item 7.7. It's on page 483. This is an item from the council, repealing an ordinance in place today that has to do with where city council staff reports. To begin consideration, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Excuse me, Mr. Massengale. I'm going to Mr. Atkinson. It has been a long day. Mr. Atkinson, can you give us a little background on this? I was about ready to push. I was ready to go.
Mayor, knowing that, I'll go very quickly through this item. Thank you.
It's probably a good idea. Yeah.
The city council staff today is under the responsibility, the duties, the supervision of the city secretary. That organizational structure was actually established by ordinance some number of years ago, and it's truly one of about the only places where the organizational structure of the city is established by ordinance. The item before you would repeal that piece, and the department for the city council support staff thus can be moved in. I think currently the plan is to move into the city manager's part of the organizational chart. But regardless, without this ordinance, it is subject to being put where it's most appropriate without needing to go through this.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. And nice explanation. Any council, any discussion on this? All right. All those in favor of the motion on first reading of item 7.7, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. I believe that concludes our business today. Ms. Garza, is that the case?
That is, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Weaver, you're good over there? Okay. We will be back in 2 weeks, July 27th, for our regular scheduled meeting. Thank you for your time today, staff. Thank you for all your work. It's 6:11 and Lubbock City Council is adjourned.